I guess we're all ready. We're good? Okay. I'll call the meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the March 22nd or 24th, 2022 Special Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 28 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and part of the Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous people whose ancestors' footsteps have marked the territory, as well as the settlers from around the world who have continued to welcome here and call Regina their home. Some members of the committee and the city administration are attending the meeting through video conferencing. I would like to remind you the following, please. Please remove your video camera and microphones are turned off. If a member of the committee wishes to speak, use the raise hand function and place in the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. And all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote today. Delegates will be attending the meeting today in person and through teleconferencing to address the committee on different items on the agenda. Reports will be considered at the City Council meeting scheduled for March 30th. And the deadline to register for the delegations to City Council meeting is 1 p.m. on Thursday, March 24th. Okay. Can I have somebody have a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Sukiniak? I'll call any questions. Anyone opposed? Carried. I would like to call upon delegations. And first one, Fred Clipshawn.
We're not calling upon delegations. We're listening to the presentations first.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, sorry, Louise. That wasn't in the script. You'll be making a presentation?
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and good afternoon, Deputy Mayor, members of the Executive Council, and all those in the gallery and tuning in through Access Communications or joining us through our Teams call today. We are here to present the Energy and Sustainability Framework. This afternoon, I'm joined by the Energy and Sustainability team, as well as our consultants from Sustainability Solutions Group. And of course, they are joining us remotely via Teams. This afternoon, we would like to begin by revisiting the commitments that have been made by Council in relation to the Energy and Sustainability Framework and file that has led to undertaking this work. After that, SSG is going to provide an overview of the framework that has been developed and provides a strategic roadmap for what we as a community need to do to meet the objectives and commitments by 2050. We'll see the framework is an ambitious plan that will require sustained effort from the City of Regina, residents, and all sectors of our community. The City does recognize we do not have jurisdiction over consumer choices and decisions throughout all sectors, yet we can do and act as a catalyst by taking a leadership role and implementing actions that are within our control, setting a community target, building partnerships, and providing information so the community can make informed choices and decisions. After the presentation from SSG, we'll outline the initiatives that are currently underway or planned for our municipal operations that align directly to the framework. So in 2018, City Council voted unanimously for Regina to become a 100% renewable community by 2050. This means using renewable energy for transportation, heating and cooling, and power. In October of 2020, City Council tasked administration with pursuing the development of a community-wide energy and sustainability framework to lay the groundwork for the transition to renewables while decreasing greenhouse gas emissions. In addition to these commitments, on October 27th, 2021, City Council passed a motion that the City of Regina would declare support as part of the United Nations Race to Zero campaign and pledge to the commitments of the principle of 1, recognizing the global climate emergency, and 2, committing to keeping global heating below the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal of the Paris Agreement. With these objectives set for administration, work began on the development of the framework we're going to hear about today. This framework was developed using a data-driven 6-step methodology that is consistent with other plans across the country. To develop the framework, the city contracted with Sustainability Solutions Group, a leading consulting firm that's developed more than 80 similar climate mitigation plans across Canada. With that, I'm happy to introduce Brittany McLean and Yul Hebert from Sustainability Solutions Group, who will provide an overview of the framework. I'm going to throw it over to Brittany now.
Thank you, Louise. I'm just going to share my screen here. Okay, thank you everyone for having us, and I appreciate the opportunity to present to you once again on the Energy and Sustainability Framework, at this point hopefully in its final form. My name is Brittany McLean. I'm a senior consultant with Sustainability Solutions Group, and I was the lead analyst on the Energy and Sustainability Framework. I think most of you know who I am already and who our organization is, but I just want to reiterate who Sustainability Solutions Group and What If Technologies are. What If Technologies being our sister company that has developed the modeling software and completes the modeling for the project. So SSG is a 15-member worker cooperative, and What If Technologies is a 10-member employee-owned business, and we're based remotely all across Canada. And we've been working on climate action plans for over 20 years and have completed climate action plans for over 80 cities. We take a pretty holistic approach with a very diverse set of skills and backgrounds that our employees have. So project managers, facilitators, modeling experts, analysts, engineers, and data visualizers, just to name a few. Our approach when we work together, and I'll talk about this throughout this presentation, is to both analyze and engage when we work on a plan for a community. So What If Technologies process is very much rooted in energy and emissions modeling, technical analysis, and financial modeling and analysis. On the other side, SSG works on local knowledge and policies and iterative community engagement. So what that means in reality is that SSG works very closely with the city project team and also local stakeholders. We collect local data, understand the local landscape, legislation, culture, all of those pieces. And the data goes as inputs into our model, and the other pieces and community engagement help us flesh out what is the best plan and what are the best actions for the community that we're working with. Because these plans, although we're all trying to get to net zero, certainly the solutions are not one size fits all. As Louise mentioned, we used a 6-step process for the Energy and Sustainability Framework. This process initially came from the Government of Ontario. So this is the framework that all municipalities in Ontario use when they are developing an energy and emissions plan, but it is widely used across Canada, and similar processes are used in other jurisdictions as well. So I'll just break that down for you a little bit before we get into the details of Regina's plan. So first, when we come into a community, we do the preparation. So like I mentioned, we explore the local context. So, what do our sectors look like? What does the community look like? What does the business community look like? Industry, all of those pieces. What is the legislation? What sort of powers does a city council have or not? So we work to understand all of those pieces up front, and we collect data at the same time. So everything from demographic data to city plans and policies that are currently in place or being planned. And we use all of that data to conduct a energy and emissions inventory. And so the energy and emissions inventory takes a baseline year, and for Regina it's 2016 because we aligned with the most recent census data to get the best data that we can. We use all of that data and we develop a baseline year so we can understand the energy use and emissions profile of a community in that year. From there, we work very closely with city staff and with other stakeholders to identify any projections that have made about population growth, housing growth, growth in different sectors, and just overall community planning efforts so that we can project out between the baseline year and 2050, how will that energy use and emissions profile change? What does it look like? What are the energy sources? Where are the emissions coming from? And so that gives us our sort of, we call it business as planned scenario. And we work closely with the city and stakeholders to set a target. So we'll talk a little bit more about this in a moment, but Regina did have a target in place when we began, and we fleshed that out a little bit through our engagement process. Once we have a target in place, we can start to think about how do we get from the business as planned scenario that we expect to see given current policies and practices to where that target is. And so we call that the low carbon pathway. It's a series of actions that need to happen in the community in order to reach the target. And it's really a physical reality. It's things that can be modeled. How many building retrofits, how many conversions from emitting vehicles to non-emitting vehicles. We also do a financial analysis of that scenario so we can understand the marginal costs and benefits of that scenario. After that, we start working on implementation guidance and plotting things into a timeline. So we need to know in which time span does this happen. That does have an impact on emissions. It has an impact on city planning. And we also really need to have these deep conversations about how we can easily tell a community, you need to do this many retrofits. You need to think about your transportation system in this way. But we really need it to be rooted in the local reality, and we need to really understand how it is going to be achieved in Regina. And so we provided some detailed implementation guidance to city staff on that piece. We also provided a monitoring and evaluation framework so that this plan can be adapted over time. All of the technology that we're suggesting in the plan exists today, which is really important, but the context changes, economies change, new technologies come up, and so we know that these plans constantly need to be reevaluated, and it may be, do we want to use a different technology, or do we want to go further and faster because there's a different policy context or some new funding that's come down or something like that. Throughout most of this process, we were conducting active community engagement. So as you know, we had a community advisory group that was recruited by the city, so individuals representing different organizations and sectors. We also completed community meetings with the broader public. We did student meetings, and we held focus groups, and we conducted a community-wide action survey. So with all of that in mind, Regina's low carbon pathway really reflects the community's hopes and aspirations. It was very much rooted in community engagement. It does achieve the targets set by council, and we'll dig into what that means a little bit here in a moment. And it creates economic resilience, which is another piece that I want to share with you today. So let's go back to the beginning a little bit, and I'll add in a little more detail. When we started the project with Regina, one of the key things that stood out in the RFP and when we took this project on was this goal. It was that high-level community and municipal actions would be developed that will lead to 100% renewable energy by 2050 while addressing emissions mitigation. So I'll be really clear here that, the directive was really clear around energy source. There is a very clear desire for emissions mitigation, but that actual emissions target was not defined when we first came onto the project. And so we did do engagement with the community advisory group, with the public, and with the staff technical team to try to identify the right pathway and the right emissions reduction goal. And so all of the feedback that we were receiving was, net zero by 2050 was really stood out. And then on the pathway to get there was aligning or coming close to that 1.5 degree global warming limit, right? So being aligned with that global target. And during that process and gaining that feedback from the broader community, Council then passed the Race to Zero motion, which was very aligned with what we were hearing in the community, which was net zero by 2050 or earlier, and accepting that 1.5 degree global warming threshold. So that aligned very well. So this plan is very much a catalyst to be able to achieve that Race to Zero. So we get into actually, working on the project. Once we knew what our guiding star was and what the direction was, we completed that baseline energy use and emissions profile for Regina. And what we learned was that in 2016, Regina's community emissions were over 5 million tons. And we learned that there were no signs of those emissions decreasing using today's policies and practices combined with expected population growth. So let me be really clear about that. That does not mean that, the city is doing nothing and nobody is doing anything about climate change in Regina. What it means is that we do see action and we do see reductions in emissions in different sectors over that time with current policies and practices. But there's also going to be significant population growth in Regina over that period. So any sort of emissions reductions or any energy efficiencies that we gain during that period, we then lose them again to population growth. So it became really clear that a different pathway was going to have to be developed that could address emissions in this growing city context. And there is a pathway to reduce emissions. So you'll see here what we developed is the low carbon scenario. That along the top, you'll see the business is planned. Like I mentioned, it's fairly steady. You see a couple of dips and then it goes back up with population growth. But we developed a low carbon scenario in consultation with the community that gets just about to net zero by 2050. You can see there's a little tiny gap there that sometimes happens. That's mostly due to the transportation sector. We're seeing, policies at the federal level about new vehicle purchases being electric. That's on a timeline, and we actually pushed that pretty aggressively in Regina, but some of those vehicles, gasoline and diesel vehicles, are still going to be in the system at the end of 2050, which means we're not precisely at net zero. And being able to get rid of those emissions means retiring vehicles early. There's also a little bit of emissions left in there from the waste system. So there could be some more investments there. All that to say, 29 years out to that target, and certainly more new technologies or policies could come into play before then to address that small gap. So when we talk about this getting on this low carbon pathway that decreases emissions and gets us away from the business as planned, for the city, for Regina, there's really these 7 big moves that need to happen. This is very much built around the Regina context. And so what we need to see happen in order to achieve that target is retrofitting existing buildings. So that means, insulation, new doors, new windows, weather stripping, things as simple as conversions to LED lights. So what we want is buildings to be as efficient as possible. So we need to cut their energy use essentially in half. We also need to fuel switch heating. So that means moving to more efficient furnaces and heat pumps in many cases, which, we now have cold weather heat pumps, which do work in Regina, but typically with a backup system at this point. We need to get over to sources that can be decarbonized. So in some places that means, moving to electricity and decarbonizing the electricity system. And there's also some opportunity for renewable natural gas, of course. Net zero new building construction is another important piece. So buildings are long-lasting assets, and the longer that we keep building buildings that aren't net zero is the longer we have emissions in our system, unless we're coming in and intervening at some point and doing, retrofits like we're doing with existing buildings, right? So ideally, we move over to net zero new building construction as quickly as possible to get emissions out of that system. Increasing renewable energy. So this ranges from, small scale, very localized rooftop solar to large scale community wind and solar investments. It also involves, looking at that switch from natural gas to renewable natural gas. And I always just kind of highlight in these plans, everybody wants renewable natural gas because so many of our systems rely on natural gas. And there is a limited supply of renewable natural gas at this point, and we expect that to continue. So we see it as part of the solution, but not the full solution. Low emissions or emissions-free vehicles. So of course, this includes a conversion over to electric vehicles, and we see hydrogen coming into play, especially for those heavier vehicles, heavy trucks. And that's part of the transportation solution, but so is increasing active transportation and transit use. And we have suggested some significant increases in active transportation and transit use for Regina that very much reflects the community input that we received during the consultation period. So there were two key drivers there. One was we heard a lot from youth that, they're not sure that they want to own vehicles. They would love to, a lot of youth told us they would love to rely on transit and active transportation, that vehicle ownership is not a priority for them in the future. And the second really was driven by equity concerns, that people felt mobility and access to mobility should be a right in the city, not a privilege, and those systems to support people that may not be able to drive or afford to drive or purchase a vehicle could have, that access to transportation to meet their needs. And the last big move is re-energize clean industry. So, of course, there's a significant industrial sector in Regina. We know a lot of industrial companies and players in Regina do have their own net zero plans or are working on those. The city doesn't have a huge amount of influence there, especially around primary industry that's federally regulated. But we do need to see it happen. And so, we would hope that progress in that sector continues, understanding that, it's different drivers, it's market drivers, it's federal regulations, there's different pieces there, but certainly needs to happen. For all of these moves, there are places like Louise mentioned where the city has the opportunity to lead, to support. The city does not have complete authority and control over all of these pieces, but certainly has some influence and can step up in many ways. So I'll just talk a little bit more about our process, how we get to those big moves and the low carbon scenario. it's this balance back and forth that I mentioned at the beginning between technical and engagement. So technical, when we're modeling, what we model is the, what actions, what percent of buildings get retrofit by X date to meet the target. So it's kind of the how much, how fast. How do we sequence those actions to maximize benefits, right? So we retrofit buildings and make them efficient before we put renewables on them. And then the engagement piece influences those actions to a certain degree, but it really also influences the how. How do we make the right policies and programs and suggestions for Regina, to make those actions a reality? And so we heard a lot about local opportunities. We heard some about some constraints and challenges that individuals saw. We heard about the support that people needed and wanted to be able to make the changes in their daily lives. And that ranged from, some people feel like they want or need financial incentives, and some people feel like they want or need, a list of qualified contractors or HVAC professionals that could put in a heat pump for them. So we heard a range of input there. But we did hear a lot about the importance of co-benefits, cleaner air, livable city, and the importance of an equity lens. I think we heard that across the board in pretty well every conversation that we had, that everybody wanted to make sure that this was a chance for the city to be more equitable and for everybody to be involved in this transition. So at the end of the day, what I would say is that, we really took that public feedback into consideration. And so Regina's energy and sustainability framework, it not only demonstrates a pathway for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but it also does a number of other things. It improves quality of life. So one really big example that sticks out is air quality. When we reduce internal combustion engine vehicles in the city, we see a huge improvement in air quality. We see reductions in COPD and asthma. The financial benefits of that we don't calculate, but they're probably bigger than any financial benefit we get out of changing our energy systems. So there's these, there are these co-benefits, these other energy and emissions plans really can drive a healthier community and can help a community achieve the goals that it already has. So it's not separate or apart. It's a part of, always wanting to build on that, better city to live in that I know Regina has so many plans for already. It helps to avoid climate change related disaster and adaptation costs. So the flip side to reducing greenhouse gas emissions is, if we don't, we end up with disaster, natural disasters. There's all these adaptation costs that we have to worry about to, fortify our cities and protect them from the impacts of climate change, protect our residents from the impacts of climate change. And that really is a costly endeavor. Now, Regina can't, doesn't have complete control over this. It's not like you get to net zero in Regina and the rest of the world does whatever it wants and Regina's protected from climate change. It really does take, every community across the world participating in this to avoid the most severe impacts of climate change. But, I think this plan shows the commitment that Regina is part of it, and we're seeing more and more cities and countries signing on to this as well. So, you're really part of a global movement to avoid disaster and distress for residents. It also stimulates innovation and engages new economic opportunities. So I'm going to talk in a minute about, the cost and benefit of this plan, but we learned very recently in the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero that, most global investors are investing in net zero communities. They want net zero companies. They're interested in moving into jurisdictions where there are net zero and climate friendly goals. And this is where investment is happening. There's a huge drive towards it. And so what we always want to see is a community not getting left behind in this transition to a low carbon economy. And so how can we, help you become a leader in that and help you be attractive to these investments? And so this plan contributes very much directly to local economic development as well. So I'm gonna walk you through a few pieces of that now. households save money. So right off the bat, we see household energy expenditures in Regina in 2020 being about $6,300, and by 2050 we see that decrease to just over 4,000. This, of course, is in 2020 dollars. But that's compared to 5,400 in the businesses plan scenario. So energy costs per household were already going to decrease, but not nearly as significantly as if we implement this low carbon pathway. And a lot of that comes from more efficient homes, more efficient vehicles, less utility costs, less gasoline, all of those pieces. This plan generates net savings and revenues. So net return on the investment here is $12.5 billion by 2050 and a projected $18.7 billion by 2100. So that is based on a capital investment of $16.4 billion. And so there are significant investments that need to be made in the community, but overall there is a return to that investment. And I'll be really clear here that this is not, the city proper investing $16.4 billion, that this is a community-wide plan. We would need to see investments across the community in different sectors. We would hopefully see some funding from other levels of government that would, help with some of that capital investment. And so it's not always the same person or entity that invests gets the return, but overall at a scenario level, we would see $12.5 billion in net return over a business's planned scenario. So the other way you can look at this is if you continue on with business's plan, you lose the opportunity to generate $12.5 billion in your community. Net new jobs are created. So again, we look at this marginally over top of the business's plan scenario, and it works out to about 4,000 full-time equivalent jobs per year. So that's 120,000 person years of employment by 2050 over the 29-year span. So significant employment opportunities here as well. So when we're doing building retrofits, that requires labor. When we're installing solar PV installations, that requires labor. All of those pieces generate jobs. And like I mentioned, I really want to hit this home here that implementation will require effort and commitment from all sectors of the community. The city obviously plays a role here. There's policies, programs, initiatives, infrastructure that the city can put in place, but so can other sectors of the community. And so it really takes all sectors of the community to make this a successful plan. It's going to take a lot of collaboration and support of one another. So moving forward, you have the framework that really tells you what needs to be done, how we got there, why we're recommending what we recommend as far as the pathway, what those actions are. And we've provided some guidance on how. But now it's, we turn it over to the city with this idea of how, what are the right policies to start with first, the programs, the initiatives, the incentives, regulations if need be. It moves over to this implementation, operationalization of the plan at this point, and we've provided some guidance on that. And now we need to get to the action if City Council chooses to implement this. If I could leave you with just a few key takeaways from this presentation and from our time with the City of Regina, is that this framework does reflect the local context in Regina. We did some extensive community engagement. There are some very unique circumstances that we came across in Regina, and we worked really hard to understand those and to reflect those in the plan that we developed. Regina can achieve its targets. All the technology is there. There needs to be behavior change. There needs to be policies developed. There needs to be investment. But this is very much a realistic and possible plan. But the work needs to start now. That's the other thing. It's on, we have a pretty short runway here, 29 years. Can seem like a while, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So delaying it all is going to make that very difficult to achieve. And then, you know, we talked a lot about this in the presentation, but there are community benefits, including economic benefits to implementing the framework. So it is not just good for reducing emissions. It's not a siloed sort of focus. There are other benefits to implementing this plan. I think that's really important to consider, that it can integrate well with other community goals. That is everything I had. Thank you very much. And Yul and I are happy to answer questions whenever the appropriate time is to do that. Thanks again.
Ms. Folk?
And thank you, Brittany, for providing that overview. I'm now going to turn it over to Kara Simpson and Greg Kuntz. Kara is our Director of Innovation, Energy, and Technology, and Greg is our Manager of Energy Solutions, just to walk us through what some of the immediate municipal actions are. And then after we hear from Kara and Greg, we'll open the floor to delegations, and then we'll bring the team back to answer any questions at that time.
Okay, thank you, Louise. Good afternoon, everyone. So as we heard, the Energy and Sustainability Framework is a dynamic and living plan that provides us with the direction and actionable pathway for the community to reach its goals of becoming 100% renewable and net zero by 2050. In order to be successful, community leadership needs to be at the center of our efforts. We must learn, innovate, and work together to implement the plan. The city is committed to expanding its role as a community leader through ongoing advocacy, partnership, awareness, and education. For advocacy, administration continues to work with other levels of government and external organizations to explore all opportunities for funding that will make energy and sustainability actions more affordable. Under partnership, there are several opportunities that are being explored by administration with our external stakeholders. The city looks forward to upcoming investment and innovation opportunities that strengthen its relationships with Indigenous communities and industry. Throughout the framework development, the city has engaged with the community members from different sectors through a community advisory group. With an updated mandate, this group will continue with a renewed focus on implementing the plan across the community. Education and awareness will be one of the most important pieces as we bring people along through this journey of transformation. As a demonstration of leadership, the city can focus efforts on building energy literacy within the community, educating residents about the impacts of climate change, as well as raising awareness about opportunities to take action and to engage with renewable Regina initiatives. The city has invested $70,000 in 2022 to continue the broad energy literacy campaign that began in 2021, and we will focus on key actions including energy consumption and incentives for residential retrofits. We are not alone in needing to increase our education and awareness and look forward to partnering with other corporations like SaskPower on these campaigns. As we already know, the framework will require sustained effort from the city, residents, and all sectors of the community. Though the city, as a municipal government, does not have complete jurisdiction over each sector, we have this incredible opportunity to lead by example and take the required actions that are within our control. Administration has many initiatives that are currently underway or planned between now and 2024 that align with the big moves and the reduce, improve, switch principle that's outlined in the framework. This principle underscores the need to reduce energy use where possible and drastically increase energy efficiency before and while transitioning to renewable energy sources. Several of the initiatives that move us towards our energy and sustainability goals have also been identified as significant efficiency improvements for our city operations through the recently completed efficiency review. One of these items was the need for the city to leverage data in a more effective manner. The framework identifies the need to track, analyze, and report data related to the overall framework, but also on the individual actions. Getting a head start on this, Mayor Masters and the members of administration are participating in the Harvard Bloomberg City Leadership Initiative and the Data and Evidence Track. The team is using a performance approach to track data and set targets on the framework actions related to municipal operations. This will be used as the foundation for the monitoring and reporting of the framework. As I go through our action plan, I will identify the measures we are using as part of the data track. These measures are only a starting point, and we will continue to add as we move forward. For example, as part of the efficiency review, we have started the work for service definition and KPI development. We will tie in additional metrics as they become developed. Administration is committed to coming back to Council for annual reporting of the framework starting in Q2 of 2023. With that, let me take you through our action plan. So starting with facilities, the work currently underway or planned include the Energy Monitoring and Optimization Project, which is an efficiency review item. We have completed our energy audit of our city facilities and are awaiting the recommendations report, which we will begin to implement. The recommendations will include ways for us to 1, reduce energy consumption and save utility costs. 2, we will improve energy efficiency by actions such as installing LED lights where we haven't already done so. And 3, we will look for opportunities to switch to electric heat systems. Next, we have some exciting work around implementing solar. We are installing solar panels for both Maple Leaf and Wascana pools, at our Glen Cairn Recreation Centre, and at the Regina Police Services headquarters. We are also in the process of submitting an application to SaskPower's Renewable Partnership offering, which would be a fantastic opportunity that would allow us to partner with SaskPower in the development of a new solar facility. As we work through our own city actions, we will continue to seek out funding opportunities for incentives such as retrofit rebates that we can utilize either as a municipality or bring forward to benefit our community. We know that incentives are an important component in assisting climate change adoption, so we will stay committed to exploring all funding opportunities. In terms of the measurements that we will use to track progress, they include total energy consumption per square foot for City Hall. Many of our measurements come from our annual NBN Canada data reporting, and wherever we have median values across Canada, we will be using these as our initial target. Our second measure is from our energy inventory, where we will track energy consumption of our facilities by different functions, so office spaces, rec center, arenas, etc. Under fleet, we have 3 items that are part of the efficiency review. The first is light fleet fuel reduction, where we will be installing telematics technology in the majority of our light fleet vehicles to analyze data and reduce fuel consumption. This aligns well with our internal idle control policy. The second initiative is introducing a ratchet system into the asset replacement process for vehicles. Once again, we will use telematics data and we can analyze utilization, and there's an opportunity for us to reduce the number of light-duty vehicles in our fleet. More vehicles off the road equate to less emissions. We are also looking at implementing scheduling software that will increase efficiencies in resource deployment, including vehicles. This will lead to route optimization, which also contributes to a reduction in fuel and emissions. And the fourth initiative is we will begin planning to electrify our light vehicles starting in 2023. There are several measures that we can use for this area. I've highlighted 2 here. One is using the kilometer cost of a light vehicle, which includes cost for both fuel and maintenance. The second one is to track the total number of light vehicles in our fleet. We also have the opportunity to use a measurement from our energy inventory for fleet energy consumption by operational areas, so transit, roadways, parks, etc. And we can start measuring the percentage of light vehicles that are electrified once we start converting our fleet. Next is the work that we have planned for our landfill and waste diversion. So we will continue increasing our usage of landfill gas to energy. This is the process of collecting methane gas from the landfill and turning it into power. The second action is focused on community programs to increase our diversion rates. Our curbside food and yard waste program, as we heard yesterday, is rolling out full implementation in 2023, and we will continue with our current recycling program. For measures in relation to landfill gas to energy, we will use data from our energy inventory to track the renewable energy produced. A note that the value on the screen for 2022 is an estimated projected amount. In addition to this one, we can also track the quantity of greenhouse gas emissions that is reduced through this process. For tracking diversion rates, we actually have several measures that can be used, including the one presented here, which is the percent of residential waste diversion by our programs such as organics, recycling, leaf and yard. We can also measure the tons of solid waste per household and the tons diverted per household. It's important for us to realize that throughout this work, we will need to continue to engage with our community to build awareness and education on actions that not only we are taking at the city, but also the programs that are available for residents, such as organics and recycling. Awareness and education is a large component of our energy and sustainability actions for 2022, and all our engagement, education, and awareness activities, we will track these in terms of community reach. One of the big moves Brittany mentioned is net zero new construction. So as we design and construct new buildings, we need to continue to work towards buildings that are not sources of carbon emissions. All provinces have agreed to adopt the Government of Canada's net zero energy ready building code for new residential builds by 2030. We are already taking net zero build into consideration as we design our new facilities, such as the new Aquatic Centre. A priority of the city is to assist the development community and provide clarity around regulations, policies, and bylaws that will impact the building sector. When it comes to transit, we have two initiatives to highlight. The first action is on-demand transit. So this was an initiative that was undertaken as part of an innovation challenge hosted by Innovation Saskatchewan to help solve a municipal problem for both Regina and Saskatoon. The challenge was posted to startup technology companies across Canada to propose a solution. We have been piloting on-demand routes in some areas on Mondays to Saturdays from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m., and the results from the pilot are extremely positive. For example, the service that was once done by 2 buses is now being done by 1 bus, resulting in an operational cost savings of $60,000. This program is all about using data, technology, and innovation to perform route optimization. In addition to saving operating costs, from an energy and sustainability standpoint, this results in fuel efficiency and reduction. The second action is a large component of the framework, which is to electrify city buses starting in 2024 as buses come end of life, with the completion of the switch occurring in 2039. We have optimized replacement to ensure that we continue to use existing buses until the end of their useful life, which is consistent with what other cities have done. In terms of data, for the on-demand transit, we're able to track the amount of energy that is reduced and the associated greenhouse gas emissions. For our buses, as we begin replacing our fleet, we can track the percentage of electric buses. And as we increase the percent of electric buses, we will monitor the correlation of our fleet energy consumption as it pertains to transit. So trees are not identified as an explicit action in the framework. However, we know that they play an important supporting role by removing carbon dioxide from the air and storing it in the trees and soil. As our trees grow, they're able to absorb more and more CO2. So because of this, we are going to include this as part of our data track. The focus will be to maintain and grow our urban forest. For measurements as part of our energy inventory, we will track the total greenhouse gas emissions that are reduced by our urban forest. For example, in 2020, the amount of carbon that was absorbed by our almost 179,000 city-owned trees reduced our municipal greenhouse gas emissions by 6%. The other measure will be to track the total of net new trees annually to ensure that we continue to grow and invest in our urban forest. Finally, we have water and wastewater. Similar to our landfill, we are using innovation and technology to offset our natural gas usage at our wastewater treatment plant. We have also started the implementation of the Advanced Metering Infrastructure, or AMI project, which will allow us to perform leak detection, water conservation, water demand management, and prediction. For measures for the natural gas offset, we will measure the amount of renewable natural gas utilized. AMI will have an entire suite of data that we can use, but one of particular interest in terms of energy and sustainability is water usage, and we could target a % reduction. Many of the actions I just reviewed are only possible due to the strategic investments that the city has made for 2022. These include funding for city facility retrofits, upgrades that are required to our transit building for alternate fuel buses, launching a residential home retrofit program to help make retrofits affordable for homeowners, renters, and landlords, installation of vehicle charging infrastructure, investment for community education and awareness, and investment to purchase the green carts for our community-wide implementation of the curbside food and yard waste program. As we prepare for the upcoming 2-year budget cycle to remain on the pathway, pending council approval of the framework, we can expect the following items to be put forward. We would need additional funding for city facility retrofits, residential retrofit rebate program, education and awareness, and additional EV charging infrastructure. New funding would be required to start purchasing EV buses and light vehicles, and funding for rooftop solar for city facilities. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to Louise for last remarks prior to closing the presentation.
Thank you, Kara. And as you can see, we're at an important next step in Regina's journey to becoming a renewable net zero city. The framework outlined today provides the community, city council, and administration with an ambitious but achievable pathway to achieving council's goal of becoming a renewable city. It also ensures that we're continuing to foster a sustainable community for future generations. For the framework to be successful, we know that it starts with all of us, and we as a municipality have an opportunity to lead the way in terms of the actions we're taking, as well as demonstrate leadership through coordination and working strategically with all sectors throughout the community to advance these important actions. We're committed to taking that significant action on our city operations and are intending to use those success indicators to increase education, awareness, and adoption for our residents to take similar action. We know that local action can have immediate impact and add up to create global effects. And with that, Deputy Mayor, I turn it back over to yourself and look forward to hearing from the delegations that are here with us today.
Thank you, Ms. Volk. Thank you both to the Sustainability Solutions Group and our administration for your presentation. Any questions from members of the committee will be held until after we hear from the delegates. So we will start our delegations now. So we're gonna call, yeah. I'd like to call upon, and if I butcher anyone's name, I apologize beforehand. Fred Clipsham. Hi, Fred, how are you? Thank you. So we would need you to introduce yourself, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee, and after that, we will have any questions that the committee may have for you. Thank you, Fred. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Madam Mayor, councillors. Years ago, I had the honor of sitting where you do today. And back in those days, the council I sat with created the vision that you use today to be Canada's most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, sustainable community where people live in harmony and strive and thrive in opportunity. As I said, this vision still serves, and the work you and your staff have done to create this sustainability plan takes us another step towards that aspirational future, and I offer my congratulations. I have little to offer about the content of the Energy and Sustainability Framework, but I did want to turn your attention to the final page, page 74, putting the plan in motion. The authors of the report say hard work will be required, but, and I'm quoting, the result is a low-carbon, sustainable community that is ready for the future and is economically, environmentally, and socially responsible. Furthermore, and quoting again, the city must also commit to regular monitoring, reporting, and reviewing relating to the overall framework and individual implementation actions and mechanisms. One of the changes I initiated when I was on council was to amend the administration's report format to include environmental implications. And I'm saying today that you have the opportunity to ensure your staff thinks more broadly yet about the policy items they bring before you. To think not only in terms of the environment, but also in terms of the economic and social impacts of every decision item they put before you. And again, I'm quoting from page 74, the ultimate goal is a sustainable community that is ready for the future and is economically, environmentally, and socially responsible. So I'm asking to consider changing the report format to substitute sustainability implications for the current environmental implications. And within that section, to require discussion of the potential environmental, economic, and social impacts of the decision item, every decision item. The initial Brundtland definition of sustainability was to look at the world through those three lenses. But there are other ways that you might want to consider. One is the Indigenous lens, which considers the physical, intellectual, emotional, and spiritual consequences of decisions. Now, I know this would be a huge step, but I suggest it knowing, as you all do, that we will require a spiritual change to achieve sustainability. For too long, dominion over the earth has led our society on a path that consumes without thought of the consequences, and we are not able to separate ourselves from nature. We are a part of a greater whole and must reflect on this in our lives every day. Page 74 itself suggests another way the sustainability implications might be subdivided. The authors speak to the importance of the city's leadership in the community and how it, and I'm quoting, must collaborate with community stakeholders to ensure that the goals are reached. This must include, in the near term, determining the financial tools, funders, project leads, partnerships, and governance for each action and implementation mechanism. So including a decision of these dimensions in every decision you consider would not only enhance your staff's commitment to the sustainability plan, but also offer you opportunity after opportunity to show leadership in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Does any members of committee have any questions for our delegate? Councillor Hawkins, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you for coming forward, Fred. On this council, we're aware that we build on broad shoulders, and your contribution as a councillor is a very big part of that. Thank you for that. I want to ask you, because I know you're interested in water. And the question is simple. How, as a city, can we reduce our energy consumption in the way in which we get and use water? How can we be more sustainable, in your opinion, in our use of water?
Again, significant changes are going to be required in just the way we think about things. And think about your lawn front and back, how much water you put onto that. And I note in the presentation that the staff made that there are going to be need to be changes in the way we use water, and lawns is simply one. But there are ways that we have improved tremendously in the past 10 or 20 years in the way we utilize water from Buffalo Pound and the way we send water down the creek to the Capel River. We're doing much better than we did, and I'm sure that there will be opportunities for continuous improvement. And the problem, of course, Councillor Hawkins, is that these aren't incremental. They come in lumps like water treatment plants and wastewater treatment plants. Those kinds of investments happen once every once in a long while. So we're probably where we're going to be for a while with those things, but maybe there is operational improvements that can be made given the physical plant. But again, your leadership in the community is going to be so important because people are going to have to think of themselves as citizens of a sustainable community. And as I said in my remarks, let's try and think about those thoughts have those thoughts every day in every action we take and in every decision item that you consider. What are the sustainability implications?
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I just have one.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'll let you go ahead and then I'll just ask the last question. Councillor
Let me
Skinnick?
go first.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Bandura, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Fred.
Hi.
Good to see you. And I'll make the same comment. I started with you and sitting beside you when you started all that. And it's good to see you here. So my question to you is waste diversion, recycling, landfill, all those things are important. You were part of that start, the recycling. Can you give me your opinion or your observation of how we doing about that, and what will your opinion be going forward? What's the best? I mean, you were there. You're the author of all that. What are your solutions?
Well, I think finally getting around to organics is a huge thing. It's long overdue, and many communities have been doing it for years and years. So I'm pleased to see that that's going to be something that we're going to have in the very near future. My understanding is that the recent cells that have been added to the landfill are fully piped so that we can capture methane as it cooks away, and we can make use of that. Both those policies will reduce the CO2 or the CO2 equivalent from the city's operations itself. You and I had the difference of opinion back in the day when the blue bin was first introduced. I hoped that we would have separation at source, and we ended up with the commingled solution. And my thought at the time was that if we're thinking as individuals in our households about how we behave, then we should separate at source. The easier answer, and I'm not sure it's the best answer for the environment, is the commingled. But here we are. So again, every decision that you have has a sustainability impact. Whether it's lifeguards at the swimming pool or not, I mean, think it through. That's what I'm suggesting is that, and it's important, I think, Councillor Bandura, for the staff itself, that you ask the staff yourself by changing environmental implications, and that was the reason that I made that suggestion in the first place, so that the staff itself would be thinking about every report they write. What are the environmental implications? And I think now maybe it's time to think of, have the staff think about the sustainability implications. Again, subdivided in some way, but so that they're thinking all the time, just like you should be and I should be as a citizen.
Great. Fred, thank you very much. And it's just like a brief comment. You started that. I'm glad to see you following us, having your fingers on the pulse and keeping us going in the right direction. So I appreciate your effort and sticking with it.
With your indulgence, Madam Deputy Mayor, the first night that John sat at council, I think he was sitting in that chair and I was sitting where Councillor Zakindiak is sitting now. And I can remember, just like I was on my first night, probably you were on your first night, when we used to have books with pages in them. You don't have that anymore, but flipping through those pages, and John was getting further and further behind as we went through item after item, and I remember just being overwhelmed by the speed of how things went. So anyway, it's
Thank you for that. It's not easy. Thank you, Fred.
thanks for that memory.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the vote of confidence in our 600 million pages that we read every week. I just have a quick question. You talked about the caring for our grasses. What would be your suggestion? You talked about the water consumption and the grass. What would be your suggestion for that?
Well, water less. I mean, we don't have to have the ultimately perfect green lawn, do we? We can water less. The grass rebounds, as you well know. It can go and start turning brown, and then a rain will come along and it'll spring back to as green as it ever was. So as long as it's not a prolonged drought, the grass will thrive, but it doesn't need all the water that we typically put on it.
I was speaking kind of towards my garden. So would your recommendation to put in the fake grass that we have, is that better than real grass?
I'm not familiar with that recommendation, but I'm sure that if the staff have thought it through and you've asked the questions that need to be asked, that we'll come to the right solution.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had some of my residents talk to me about that. So I think I see no further questions from council. You can please go back to the gallery, and thank you very much for coming here. Thank you. I would like to call upon delegation Yvette Crane. Hello, Ms. Crane. Can you please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any? You will have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee. After that, we'll ask for questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Yvette Crane, and I'm here representing Regina Energy Transition. Good afternoon, Madame Deputy Mayor and City Council, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. As I said, my name is Yvette. I'm here representing Regina Energy Transition, which is a grassroots climate action group based right here in Regina, made up of over 200 individuals and organizations, whose primary focus for the past year has been to support you, our council, in completing, approving, and enacting this framework. It's an exciting day. My congratulations to all involved. My congratulations go to those original councillors, Andrew Stevens, John Findura, and former councillor Joel Murray, as well as Councillor Bob Hawkins, and the community members who started us on this journey back in 2018. It has been a long road. And why do I care? I guess all my life, my parents taught me to love and care for our environment, the natural world, and to contribute to the community. My husband and I raised our own children with these same values. Now I find myself questioning, and perhaps you do as well, what kind of a burden are we leaving our younger generations? Every season now, we are witnesses to more severe disaster due to climate change, drought, forest fires, and catastrophic floods. It is way past time to act. I am thankful that this plan speaks the words of action we have all been waiting for. One of the quotes from the executive summary is, "The window to take action to limit global warming and climate change to a level that will avoid the most catastrophic impacts is closing. Action must now occur at a scale and pace that will present both challenges and opportunities for Regina." With this framework, Regina is taking action and planning ahead to seize opportunities relating to the energy transition and to mitigate and address the challenges involved in making that transition. And we need to embrace an ambitious transition. Otherwise, Regina will be left behind, lose job opportunities, see increasingly higher energy costs, and lose innovation opportunities. A lot of hard work will be required to make this scenario a reality, so let's get started. We have the people locally that we need, those who are ready and willing to work closely with the city and within their own organizations to help reach the goals laid out in the framework. That's on page 29. Today and on the 30th of this month, I know you will be inspired by many speakers from all of your wards who will speak from the heart about their fears and the new hope for the future that this plan and your, I hope, unanimous endorsement of it can provide. And I'm certain that you will also hear from many experts we have in the field of sustainability, right here in Regina and in Saskatchewan, who are ready to assist. The know-how and technologies exist, the solutions are here, your framework shows that this is so. Because it will, of course, take all of us, city, community members, businesses, and industry, all working together. Most importantly, success requires the leadership and endorsement of you, Regina's municipal government. The work must start now and must be monitored and adapted over the coming years to achieve the goals laid out by Regina City Council for a 100% renewable, net zero emissions community by 2050. The importance of your role as leaders in our community cannot be overemphasized. You will help to build the public's confidence that makes the ambitious targets contained in this framework achievable. I personally, and on behalf of the 200+ members of Regina Energy Transition and the many Regina citizens we have spoken to over the past year, urge you to unanimously approve this framework on the 30th and get to work immediately on the actions it recommends. Be the council to launch the most robust and most effective energy and sustainability framework plan possible for all of our futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. Does any members have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Stanachuk, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the chair, thanks for coming today, Yvette. Of the 7 bold actions that are outlined in the framework, which one do you feel most optimistic or most excited about?
Well, it's not the most exciting for everybody, but I think the energy retrofits of buildings, it's such an easy fix and an important fix. They've got it listed first for a reason, and the order that the items are listed in the framework as they indicate in there is very important. You don't want to try to do one thing completely out of order to another. They build upon each other. So that energy retrofit of buildings and dealing with our heating and our cooling of our buildings in the city has got to be among the top things. And again, lots of people that have the know-how and ability to make that happen.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yvette, it's good to see you. You've made an enormous contribution to this community in terms of the community garden and the public art, the Sikansky art in that garden. What does gardening do in a community for sustainability?
That's a great question. I think, growing your own food close to home, and again, everything is involved thinking locally. And so thinking locally about your food and managing your wastes from your garden and caring for your garden and not overwatering your garden, figuring out, exactly how much it needs. All of those things are so important. And people who are gardening are, of course, in touch with the soil, with nature, with the plants, and so have that very heartfelt investment into the natural world and see the changes in the climate. I mean, gardeners and farmers are wishing for more rain or not quite so much, depending what's going on. So all those things, I would say.
Thank you, Yvette.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Pandura, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you. And thank you for your commitment and your steadfast belief and trust that something's going to happen here. And it's like former Councillor Klipscher mentioned, it's started slow, but it's here. Next step. Question for you: education, and then buy-in from individuals, buy-in from households, buy-in, meaning is there's going to be a financial some kind of financial something from each house to contribute to what we are talking about. Importance of that to you, educating of individual and talking about benefits.
Okay. Yeah, education is huge. I also see and talk to a lot of people out there who are ready to do their part and they want to see action and they want to do more. So I think the fact of the city taking this on and taking a leadership role, and they know their city council has supported something like this and there's specific actions, I think that's going to make them feel like, oh, okay, my little contribution that I'm doing in my house when I'm re-insulating and trying to use less heat and those things, that's actually having an impact. So I think that's very, very important. And the city does a great job of awareness and community education. And there's lots of groups like ourselves out there who will pass that along, who are interested in educating each other, telling each other what we can do. How can you retrofit your home in an affordable way? We're hoping the city might have some incentives and plans for that to help people, but it all fits together. I mean, of course, the education going along with tapping into that wish people have to do something. I mean, everybody sees, you know, we saw the pictures from BC this summer and highways disappearing, and we all know it's there and people want to know what they can do. Now you can offer them very specific suggestions from the framework on, okay, these are the steps we need to take first. Here's what you can do in your own home. If you can afford it yourself right now, get started. The city may put in a program, you know, that helps people fund those kind of environmentally friendly changes.
Thank you. So one more, that brought another comment or a question for you about budgeting, because I mean, you're talking about budgeting and city has budgeted at different things, going to the budget. Education, part of the education, in your opinion, would be to talk to the folks out there, the homeowners and all businesses, start budgeting that. That would be a good framework to not to get surprised, but if there's an ask, because there's going to be an ask, right? If the city is leading, city has to do something first, and then you go. We're going to have to ask residents, right? If someone, you know, everyone has to pay for that efficiency or that, you know, sustainable and sustainable growth, and making sure that our grandkids and great-grandkids have what we've got. What would you say to that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea. I mean, I think linking to the benefits down the road. I mean, the environmental benefits, but also the cost savings that they're going to experience. So the city will have those numbers, and you can communicate to people. I mean, look at what you're saving. I mean, I remember various programs that have come through, and there are some now, and there will be more, where, you know, you could get an audit done of your house and see the things you could fix on your house that would save you the most funds. And there are people who are able to do that. Others are going to need some help, and so with the resources the city has, they can, you know, find out what are those funding options available. But definitely telling people, yeah, this is coming. Budget for this. Look at what you can do in your own home. Here's some programs that are available to help you. That's going to be huge. Yes, indeed.
Okay. I've got one more question, but I don't know if I should ask it. I mean, you've got a good answer, so it's a
Try
so
it.
Madam Chair, reassessment, meaning is when we come every 4 years to reassessment, and there's always a fear of if you approve your house or upgrade, your tax is going to go up, right? So where do you find that balance, in your opinion? Because, like I said, federal government, provincial, all levels of government, everyone has to get involved. How? I mean, I know it's not a loaded question, but it has to be asked. That is the part of that question too, right? What would you say to that?
Well, again, I think I would emphasize the benefits you're going to get if we're talking about retrofits that mean you're going to use less energy, you're going to be warmer in the winter and cooler in the summer, you're polluting less. I mean, I would emphasize that aspect of it. I personally don't have an issue with paying my share of taxes. I mean, tax me. I can afford it, and I want to pay for a good, workable city. This whole mantra of no taxes and we can't pay taxes, I'm not going along with. Now, there are other groups that need more assistance, that aren't in the fortunate position that I am. And of course, you have to look at that with a different lens. And then that's where the programs come in to ensure they're not under undue hardship because they're doing the right thing, because they want to also be part of retrofitting. Our group talks a lot about renters and people who rent and who may live in homes that are very poorly insulated, are paying huge amounts for their heating bills, and that can't be allowed to continue. There has to be a way for them to come into this as well and participate in this. So I know the solutions are out there. I don't have a specific answer for that one perhaps, but I know we can find a way.
Madam Chair, I appreciate for your answers and comments. It's really good to talk to you. And
Thank you.
Thank you for sticking with it and continue the hard work and getting us to
Thank you.
the final goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crane. And I just want to add, I don't think I overwater my garden. I grew up a farmer. We grew gardens. I'm good.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentations. You can leave now.
Thank you.
Oh. So I would like to call upon delegation Matt Pointer. Hi, Matt. Can you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization that you're representing, if any? You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee. After that, we'll ask questions. Thank you. Go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Mayor and Regina City Council. My name is Matt Pointer. I'm here as a resident of Ward 1. As well, I am with the Saskatchewan Electric Vehicle Association. So Regina's energy and sustainability framework will create jobs, build critical infrastructure, lower emissions, and increase the quality of life for the citizens of the city. We need to focus on complete neighborhoods where people don't need a car to access local amenities. We need a more comprehensive and accessible city transit system. We need protected bike lanes. However, some folks need more than this for their everyday lives and will require more than these measures to efficiently travel the city. A large part of our emissions in Regina are transportation related. Nearly 25% of all emissions come from transporting people or cargo around the city. I will here get into the specifics of that now. The current state of affairs with public transit is based around diesel-fueled city buses. While we have been using these for a long time, and they have been consistently reliable, they aren't without their significant flaws and drawbacks. These diesel-burning buses have massive fuel costs and maintenance cycles that easily cost into the hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. They create significant carcinogenic air pollution at a local level and have expensive fuel with never-ending maintenance cycles. On the flip side, electricity rates are much more consistent than fossil fuel prices at the pump, and electricity can be generated by local renewable means. A few years ago, the CBC ran an article entitled "What Cities Can Learn from the Biggest Battery-Powered Electric Bus Fleet in North America." What they found still rings true. In December of 2020, Toronto's transit system was running 59 electric buses from 3 suppliers. Canadian pioneers, such as Toronto, offer lessons for other transit systems aiming to transition to greener fleets for the low-carbon economy of the future. Diesel buses are some of the noisier, more polluting vehicles on urban roads, and the more expensive purchase price of an electric bus is offset by fuel savings over time as electricity costs are cheaper. Because the electric buses have fewer parts than diesel buses, maintenance costs are also about 25% lower, and the buses are expected to be more reliable. The Toronto Transit Committee estimates electric buses reduce fuel usage by 70–80%. If its whole fleet were switched over to electric, it would save on average $50 to $70 million per year and 150 tons of greenhouse gases per bus per year, or 340,000 tons for the entire fleet. Electric buses are currently being adopted in other cities like Toronto, Edmonton, Winnipeg, and Saskatoon. They also have environmental benefits and over the long run are significantly cheaper than their diesel counterparts. Now is the time for the city of Regina to shift to electric. As I had mentioned, electricity is strictly regulated, thus the cost to recharge an electric fleet or fleet vehicle are easy to predict and consistent. Unfortunately, the price of fossil fuels at the gas station can be very volatile with massive price swings. These price swings, including the most recent massive swing to nearly $1.80 per liter, has massive impacts on the cost of the city, which delivers service with the fire and police department, fleet, and transit operations. These high prices heavily swing the economics in the favor of electric fleet vehicles, despite them having a higher upfront cost. Local air pollution generated by these local diesel vehicles or large diesel vehicles also create significant risks to the well-being of the general public and increase the annual healthcare costs of the province. Recently, a study was done by the University of Toronto that discovered that each electric vehicle replacing a gas one brings nearly $10,000 in social benefits. These benefits are shared by everyone, not just the people buying the cars. Transportation-related air pollution is linked to lung cancer, respiratory conditions, and other things, as well as cardiovascular conditions like angina, heart attack, hypertension, and stroke. Something that lies within this exhaust is something called particulate matter 2.5, and this is a known culprit for many of these health disorders. Sometimes called PM2.5, it is a known carcinogenic material that will remain in the person's lungs for their entire life once inhaled and cause significant problems. This PM2.5 is blown in transit users' faces along bus routes every single day. A complement of electric fleet vehicles for service work, city maintenance, etc. should also make a lot of sense for the City of Regina to adopt. These vehicles offer the same low carbon, low fuel costs over time with much reduced maintenance cycles as well. Because these vehicles typically work in shifts, they would have easily enough downtime to be charged. And me, myself, I've driven an electric vehicle for 3.5 years, and I can attest to the significant cost savings. Not only do I save on maintenance, but with gas prices approaching $2 a liter, I fill up my EV for less than 35 cents per liter equivalent. EVs are a cost-effective alternative to gasoline-powered vehicles, which is why cities across North America are beginning to make the switch. As per the framework, the city also has opportunities to develop bylaws to create standardized policies for the pre-wiring of electric vehicle charging infrastructure in new and existing residential construction. In other municipalities, multi-unit residential buildings are struggling to adapt their existing buildings to accommodate this charging infrastructure where it could have been done for a fraction of the price a year earlier when the vehicle was being built. It's important to develop these policies now to make sure the installation of these chargers is easier and more cost-effective in the future. Also, this framework will benefit our local and provincial economy. These types of initiatives will create jobs in many different trades and resource-based industries. We have many of the different minerals in our province that will need to be mined to create these battery systems for these vehicles. And these types of movements are the direction the world is going. Electrify everything is becoming the slogan of the modern world, with many other cities taking on such movements years ago. So this is our opportunity in Regina. As a resident of Ward 1 and on behalf of the Saskatchewan Electric Vehicle Association, I would like to encourage Mayor Masters and all councillors to vote in favor of the sustainability framework and to vote in favor of funding the framework. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pointer. Do we have any questions from committee? Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead, please.
Thank you for coming. My question is, does the current makeup of Saskatchewan's energy grid have any impact on the wisdom of transitioning to electrical vehicles at this point? Or should we wait until the grid is cleaner and then run vehicles on that cleaner grid? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. Currently, Sask Power has estimated that the benefits of driving an electric vehicle reduces overall emissions by approximately 30%. And that's even with our current power grid as it stands. Naturally, the grid is improving. It's getting cleaner every day. We're going to be at 50% below 2005 levels by the year 2030. So every year that passes, an electric vehicle gets cleaner in the province of Saskatchewan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stadenchuk, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks for coming. And I do also want to, I appreciated this summer had you invited councillors to come and test drive an electric vehicle. So I appreciated that very much. In your presentation, you talked a lot about electric vehicles, and electrifying our fleet and our transit. So my question is even if all vehicles change to EVs, would that be the solution, or do we need to also be investing more in active transportation as well, and different kinds of transportation? So I'm just saying, is EV just replacing fuel-driven cars to electrically driven cars? So how do you see that dilemma?
For sure. I see the active transportation and public transit as the low-hanging fruit right now. If we can electrify transit and get more people riding bikes and not necessarily going a one-for-one, a gas car to an electric, that would certainly be a win. But given the geographic layout of our province and some people that commute for work far out of town and whatnot, certainly people would have the use or the need for an actual car vehicle. Yeah, I would probably start at that ground level and work our way up.
Okay. Second question through the chair. I believe that there's Regina Car Share has an electric vehicle. Is that the case?
Yes.
And are you in touch with them? Are there thoughts to have more electric vehicles as part of Regina Car Share?
Yeah, I know those folks. I know they're consistently looking to expand. They're trying to find more locations to get their cars so that they can have vehicles a little bit more readily available for folks. But that's something that's growing and, will take some time to transition into.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Stenachuk. Councillor Sakiniak.
Thank you. Thanks for coming here today. I just have, I think, just one question for you. So due to your experience with the Saskatchewan Electric Vehicle Association, I'm hoping you can respond to concerns that electric vehicles are not viable in our cold climate. So is that something that you can give any give your expertise on for a response on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So me personally, I've been driving an electric vehicle for over 4 years now. It's actually been the best winter car I've ever driven, to be honest. And the reason why that is because there's less moving parts. There's nothing that needs to essentially be warm for it to fire up. I don't really have to make sure the oil is warm in the morning by having a block heater plugged in or whatever. It is consistently the easiest car to start and drive in the winter from anything I've ever owned, and I've owned probably 15 vehicles. As far as the wintertime operation, there is a decrease in the amount of miles that you can travel typically to a full charge. Absolute worst case scenario, you're looking at about 30% less range on a long trip sort of thing. However, for people that drive around the city, an electric vehicle is by far the best option you could have, just because you're putting less miles on a car that day, and it's very easily rechargeable overnight, where you plug in, wake up the next morning, and you essentially have a full tank, right? The cost per mile by far is the cheapest of anything that's on the road. And most people are spending on average about $10 for their personal vehicle for a full charge. And that's the equivalent of about 400 to 450 kilometers of driving range. Electric vehicles have great heaters. They blow a ton of heat. It's basically like having a hair dryer in your car to really push that heat through. And they're, it's great traction control. Like it's a very well-rounded car for our extreme weather, which we have here in Saskatchewan for sure.
Thank you. I actually have one follow-up question. What about electric vehicle charging stations? Have you heard of any concerns that those don't work as well in cold weather? Can you respond to that potential concern?
For sure. So in regard to the charging infrastructure, it comes down to the manufacturer. As far as what is the most consistent. The Tesla supercharger network by far is the best and most consistent and easily accessible network that is going. Now, keep in mind that is for long distance travel on the highway or a really quick charge. The direction that I would probably point the city in would probably be something called destination charging. And that's where you have something set up in parkades, shopping malls, frequently visited places where people tend to hang out for a couple hours. And that is traditionally called a level 2 charger. And those more or less kind of trickle the electricity back into the vehicle and are a lot more consistent. And basically 99% of the time, it's a very solid, consistent charging experience with those. But just like anything else, the technology is improving all the time. The cars are charging faster. I think we're up to a 10-minute recharge time on some of the best vehicles that are out on the road now today, and constantly improving.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councillor Sakiniak. Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you. Matt, can you comment on the availability of heavy-duty electric vehicles, garbage trucks, fire trucks, dump trucks, heavy loaders? Do they exist, or is that something we're going to have to wait for?
Absolutely. So the good news with that is there is a lot of opportunity to transition to those sorts of vehicles, even right away. There's many companies all across North America. In fact, there's several in Canada that started operating just out of Quebec and Ontario this year. And they're doing everything from public transit buses, school buses, garbage trucks, and then all the maintenance vehicles in between that you could ever imagine for anything you could possibly think of. So the cost savings for those as well, while they do have a higher upfront cost, the long-term savings because of the removing the diesel fuel from the category is massive. And then once again, because of lesser parts, there's significantly lower maintenance on those trucks as well. And quite often they're more pleasurable to drive. Maybe that's not a concern of council, but they're a lot easier to operate over the long term, and there's less wear and tear on the users that are operating those vehicles also.
Through the chair, second question, hybrids. So let's say there's a limited availability right now of electric vehicles for pickup trucks and so on.
Yep.
Do we invest in hybrids now? Is there a benefit to that? Or do we wait until the electric vehicle market matures and we start procuring then?
Yeah, there's a couple different avenues the council could potentially look at. Right off the bat, looking into the hybrid units might not be a bad idea, just because they almost triple or quadruple the average gas mileage of these vehicles right from the get-go. I suppose it would also depend on what your lifespan for the intended vehicle would be. So if you're only projecting to use this vehicle for maybe 10 years, maybe it might not be the best. Maybe it might be better to wait until the full electric comes out. There's many different options out there. I would suggest just looking at the various manufacturers and seeing what might kind of fit your budget and your application here within the city. But there is many different options that are out there now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Brusciani, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. That was Councillor Stevens had asked about the hybrid model. This past summer, I was out looking for a vehicle with my sister, and what we found out, there was quite a wait list. Can you just elaborate as to what the shortage is with the chips, and do you think that that's going to continue? Because I think it was at least a year to because of these chips just to get a vehicle. Can you elaborate, Matt, on that?
Absolutely. So as we're all aware, the global vehicle industry, the automobile industry, is experiencing massive shortages of everything across the board for many different reasons. The electric vehicle industry is really no different. They're experiencing massive shortages of microchips as well as the minerals for a lot of the battery cells that are in the vehicles. So bad news is that they probably aren't going to be increasing production to hit the volumes that are required. There's a massive amount of interest from the general public as well as from municipalities in going electric in the next few years. And unfortunately, there just isn't enough capacity in manufacturing to accommodate that yet. However, I know many of these manufacturers are taking orders for future deliveries, and so they're figuring out exactly, what best suits our organization, and then putting in those orders naturally from there. But hopefully, as things open up, I know we're in some very uncertain times currently, but as things open up, if they do, we should expect the manufacturing to hit full swing. As I'm sure most people are well aware, in 2035. That's the Canadian government regulation for basically the phasing out of internal combustion engine vehicles in Canada. So a lot of manufacturers are starting to move towards the electrification of transport. For example, yesterday, Stellantis announced a $4 billion battery factory in Windsor, Ontario. So there's a massive amount of movement in that direction. And so I would hope that supply begins to catch up with demand.
Councillor Brusciani, you're on mute, please.
Thank you. Yeah, and she did end up buying a hybrid model and does love it. So I want to ask, Mississauga bought buses, and they bought hybrid buses in the interim. Do you see a benefit of doing that rather than going right to electric? What are your thoughts on that?
That's a great question. I would suggest discussing out the manufacturers from the get-go. The availability of one versus the other might be difficult for me to portray. It depends on where they are in their industry and kind of what is available to them. I know, like I mentioned before, everybody's really struggling for those microchips. They're really struggling to kind of keep up with demand. The good news, no matter what the decision is the cost of electric vehicles is dropping in the near term. So if you could wait for the electric, maybe another year or two, that could be to your advantage, but it all depends on what your numbers are for the fleet. If you have something that's coming to be decommissioned right away, if there's a hybrid that's readily available, maybe I would jump on that first and then replace the next coming with an electric moving into the future. I guess it depends on what the goals are of the organization and essentially what is available on the market, because unfortunately you can't buy what's not available at this time, which is really unfortunate, but that's how it is.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks a lot, Matt.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, you touched on electric buses. It was part of the presentation we heard. It was a staged approach to purchase. What are your ideas on that staged approach and how administration or the presentation described it?
Yeah, from what I know about the staged approach there, it looks to make sense to replace the buses that are going out of service. Personally, I don't think it makes sense to decommission a bus prematurely, to take it out of service, before it's essentially toast or no longer any benefit to the organization. The thing that I would strongly suggest, though, is putting those electric buses into the circulation that are closest to the people that are within the downtown center, especially along 11th and 12th Avenue. I talked about PM 2.5 and all the diesel exhaust that comes out of that. I would suggest putting the priority on putting the electric buses downtown first that are in the closest proximity to human beings on the sidewalk, just because of the long-term local air pollution effects and stuff is really negative. And then maybe putting those diesel buses into the outlying suburbs where people are a lot less likely to be in direct close contact with the exhaust and things like that.
Perfect. Just as a follow-up, I anticipated the answer might be a smart one like you just gave. And throughout this plan, do you see how it renews the life cycle of always replacing as you're moving to your next item and not throwing away ahead of time as part of sustainability and this plan? So in other words, because there's a shiny new electric vehicle, doesn't necessarily mean you throw your old vehicle away when it's adequate and usable. It's time to replace, that's when you make the change. And that kind of reflects in the whole sustainability plan as well as your concepts on electric vehicle. Would that be a true statement?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
I see no further questions from the committee. Thank you for your presentation. You may go back into the gallery if you'd like.
Great, thank you.
Call upon Laura Stewart. Hi, Ms. Stewart. Can you please introduce yourself, the organization that you're representing, if any? You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, upon which we'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that we may have. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor and Council. My name is Laura Stewart, and I live in Ward 6. I am representing the Regina chapter of Kairos Canada in my capacity as co-convener of our Climate Justice Working Group. You might know our national organization from their work on reconciliation through the blanket exercise, which some of you may have experienced. In our local chapter, with members from Christian churches across this city, we have been working on reconciliation, poverty, and climate. In spite of the pandemic, we have had steady participation in our climate working group since it started in 2020. Recently, our team members have noticed a shift. A comment relayed to us at our last meeting sums this up well. A woman had said she was just tired of all the news of disastrous climate impacts and wanted to move ahead to action. So we congratulate you on this framework. Many of us would have liked to see it come much sooner, but as it turns out, it is landing at a moment when people are looking for exactly this kind of leadership, guidance, and support. We appreciate the care you've taken to make sure people can see themselves in the solutions. As the energy transition picks up speed around us, its economic impacts are getting real in our daily lives. With the big moves in this framework, you help us to imagine a successful net zero future for Regina. We also appreciate your ambitious effort to align this plan with the global struggle to hold warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. We believe we have a moral responsibility to do our share and to use our prosperity to help those with less resources. Furthermore, the sooner any one community acts, the more time we buy for others to join in before the climate crisis gets worse. Having said that, we are concerned about the gap you have left in the plan where near-term emissions reductions do not go far enough to meet science-based fair share targets. Like you, we are concerned about imposing hardships on our community. However, every hardship we refuse to take on today can be measured in grams of carbon released that will stay in the atmosphere and continue warming the planet and create new hardships for 100 years or more. We ask you to also consider the emotional and spiritual hardship of watching our Creator's gifts dwindle and degrade around us. Fewer songbirds return to our neighborhoods in spring. Wildfire smoke brings fear and worry to our summer holidays. We hear relentless news of people suffering, our brothers and sisters, quite literally family for some of us, driven from their homes and farmlands by floods, famines, and conflict over whatever is left. As our community comes face to face with climate chaos in all its forms, our churches and other support groups will do what we can to help with eco-anxiety and grief. But from my own personal struggles, I can tell you the best way to feel better is to start taking action towards solutions. Governments need to lead the way, they need to show the way, and they need to clear the way for all of us to join in building a better future for Regina. Thank you for working with community partners on this framework and for continuing that approach. I'd like to close with an offer of help from Kairos Regina. Our climate working group has been leading small group conversations about caring for creation, and now we are exploring projects such as building retrofits to create visible examples of success in the energy transition, and I hope the city will contact us. Again, we thank you for this framework, and we urge you to adopt it, fully fund it, and move ahead quickly with its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do any members of committee have any questions? Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just want to ask you to elaborate on something I heard you say, something along the lines of the gap left in the short-term targets to the fair share science-based target, something along those lines. I wonder if you can elaborate on what you mean about that gap and what the alternative target you're speaking about is. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I believe it's on page 26 of the framework. There's a box that talks about alternative options that were considered. So the framework takes a sort of a middle path, and then there was a less aggressive approach and a more aggressive approach. And so the more aggressive approach is the one that would be in line with the science-based fair share targets. And this approach was chosen because of certain hardships that would be seen to be too much to ask of the community in making those more rapid reductions in emissions.
Thank you. And are you able to provide any additional background on your understanding of how those, as you frame it, science-based fair share targets are calculated or understood?
Sure. So as I understand it, they're based on a global calculation of a carbon budget. So we know that for every amount of carbon that goes into the atmosphere, we can fairly closely predict how much warming is going to happen from that. And so then it's a matter basically of dividing up that remaining carbon that we can afford to emit before we get catastrophic impacts. You just divide it up amongst the planet and everybody takes on their fair share. Then there's also an equity consideration because we in Canada, for example, have been one of the top 10 emitters for a century. So we have contributed about we're the top 10 in terms of overall contributions up to this point. And a lot of the countries that are facing bigger impacts have less resources to make the changes that are needed. And so we need to do some extra to account for that.
Thank you. So just to make sure I have it right, my understanding, Kairos's position is our 2030 target is not as ambitious as it ought to be, that we ought to follow that fair share model. Is that right?
Yes, I think Kairos would be and now I can't speak for Kairos Canada, but the way I understand it is that Kairos is supporting the Canada's fair share target that was identified in 2019. And if you just Google Canada's fair share target, there's some really good infographics about that that suggest that Canada needs to do a bigger share.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Skiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here today, Laura, and for the work that you do with Kairos and just in the community. I do have a question. So my first question is, so are you aware that the current recommendations proposed by administration is for us to review the plan every year?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And so I'm just going to pose a scenario, like a theoretical scenario for you. Would you, in terms of making the plan better, do you think it would be better to theoretically send a plan back now to make it stronger and delay implementation of that plan, or by however many months, or get started with the framework that we have in front of us, and then in the next review period or sooner, work on potentially strengthening it as we go?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Absolutely, we would suggest that it be adopted unanimously if possible, immediately, and get to work on the implementation because we can't afford any more delay. And then I'm really glad to see that that review process is there because there are an awful lot of moving parts. There are other jurisdictions that affect what is possible. And so that ongoing review to keep strengthening the framework is essential.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Thank you for addressing the committee and your presentation. You're free to go back to the gallery, please. Thank you. I'll call upon Delegate Tom Atkins and Jerry Belanger. Am I correct? Okay. Could you please introduce yourself for the record? The committee, the organization that you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, and after that, we'll be asking questions. Thank you.
Sure. I'm Tom Atkins. I'm a resident of the city of Regina. We don't represent any formal organization, but an ad hoc group of industry, people from the buildings industry here in the city.
And I'm Jerry Belanger, the same. Been in Regina for 41 years, worked in the construction industry and the mechanical side.
So, as I said, my name is Tom Atkins. My colleague Jerry Belanger and I, both residents of the city of Regina, and we represent a group of Regina professionals with decades of experience in the engineering and construction industry, primarily related to the buildings, mechanical, and energy systems. We want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to Executive Council with respect to some very important issue and initiative. We're here because, like the city, we see this as an important step in the development of the city and its contribution to addressing the climate crisis. We commend your efforts and the efforts of all of the contributors to the framework. It provides a jumping off point for the very urgent and important steps to decarbonizing our energy consumption. We want this plan to be successful for many reasons, not the least of which that Regina is our home. As a result of our backgrounds, most of our comments will be focused on the building sector. That's not meant to diminish the important contributions that other sectors will make. Indeed, with all large problems, we'll take the actions in all areas to achieve successful outcomes. With that being said, the following are key points we'd like to make. So the architectural, engineering, and construction, or AEC industry, will be an important partner for this effort. And we can help in many areas, including technical expertise, economic analysis of options, a conduit to developing technology, and a sounding board for related issues. With a significant portion of emissions related to the building sector, it's imperative that a robust and active engagement process be developed with the AEC industry at the earliest opportunity. It'll be an important forum of exchange for technical and market-related issues and development of solutions to many issues that will arise. There are many technical resources that the city can be made available to the city. Organizations such as ASHRAE, which is a large and active local chapter, can and should be used. For any of you that don't know, ASHRAE is one of the preeminent organizations in North America with relation to all things related to buildings, energy systems, and in fact, decarbonization. I encourage you to look into them. The move away from fossil fuels will require the concurrent development of a low carbon and expanded electrical grid that is reliable and adequate to meet the increased demand from all sectors. As pointed out in the report, there will be an important partnerships required to achieve this, most notably with SaskPower, but also with other parties as renewable energy sources are developed. Apart from the obvious impacts on the generation mix of the grid, the impacts on the transmission and distribution system are significant. Upgrading SaskPower's electrical transmission distribution system will be an important early step to ensuring adequate electrical supply will be available for buildings when they are upgraded.
As the report points out, the city and its plans will need to be adaptable and flexible. The framework has been developed with a certain set of conditions, and those conditions will change over the next number of years and decades. The city should develop a process for revisiting the plan on a regular basis. You already talked about that. So that the plan is kept in tune with current conditions, including but not limited to changes in regulation, technology, and funding opportunities, etc. It's going to be important for the city to not be an island in the approach to dealing with the challenges ahead with respect to net zero goals. Capital, people, and tax revenue will flow to other locales with better economics, and Regina may be hollowed out if it becomes an expensive place to live and do business relative to other municipalities. As many of the proposed big moves are not in the direct control of the city, programs and partnerships will need to be developed with other levels of government in order to drive change. This will all need to be done with affordability in mind. The average homeowner and small business owner may not have the tens of thousands of dollars to implement the necessary changes to retrofit and upgrade their systems. Communication will be a critical element. Education on energy issues, the options available to transition away from fossil fuels, and the economic impact of implementation will be an important part of achieving buy-in for the steps required. Communications will have to be clear, consistent, and regular. It will be important that processes are in place to minimize potential technical implementation issues that can arise when changes are made on a large scale in a relatively short period of time. It is typical for many potential vendors and contractors to materialize to meet surges in demand, and it will be necessary to ensure that both the products and the workmanship meet relevant standards. The city should expand its outreach efforts as an enabler to look for opportunities for additional advanced co-benefits. Examples could be looking at larger waste heat emitters, partnering with other groups to capture and reuse the waste heat from large commercial scale greenhouses or district energy systems, or facilitating community energy system development. As the report points out, reduction in energy use is critical. This cannot be overstated. Without it, the financial and technical challenges will be even more daunting and will indeed become a limiting factor in the success of the efforts. Thank you for your consideration of these points. We are only 8 years away from the first milestone in the plan, and we believe that action is required now.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I see we have some questions. Councillor Stevens, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a technical question for you. Make a statement. I'd like your response to it. The statement is no new housing should be constructed without EV solar panels for electricity production or a solar heating system of some kind. Is that feasible to advance now? And is that the kind of net zero initiative or mandate that we should consider?
You want me to take it?
Yeah, you go ahead and take this one. Yeah.
So, starting now, or as early as possible, new construction should at least be done with an eye to eventually becoming net zero. So the vernacular is net zero ready. So whether or not you actually install the solar panels or not is not the issue. The technology is certainly there. The motivation has to be there for development, and whether it be it residential or otherwise. I think you've had the homeowners association commenting on this. The home builders are ready for it. It is a matter of just implementing.
Second question through the chair. I want to install a heat pump in my home. It's a real question, but also I'm curious about the technical side of it. When I Google search a company, none come up in Regina. I might be missing something. Do we need this plan to generate a market and an industry to advance that kind of solution from the residential or even commercial standpoint?
I think always the capability of the industry to supply will appear with the demand. Putting a heat pump in a house is, on a basic level, not much more complicated than installing a conventional air conditioner, because a heat pump is just an air conditioner that can move heat in both directions. It's got basically 3 extra components in it at a very basic level. So what it does now is allow you to hit the button and say, I don't want you to take heat out of the house, I want you to bring heat into the house. There are other technical issues with, is your ductwork system big enough to handle the extra airflow that you require and those kinds of things. But I think generally professional installation contractors can very quickly get their people up to speed on, being able to do that evaluation and make a recommendation to the consumer. And air-to-air heat pumps are widely used in more moderate climates. It's standard, so I don't see that being a particular big issue.
Yeah, they've been available for decades.
Yeah. I went to my first technical seminar on airside heat pumps in 1976.
Thank you for that. My final technical question, we want to build a pool, new aquatic facility. Should be geothermal to some capacity. Maybe there's a mix of solar in there. But if we say that we want the water to be heated or even the system to be heated by a geothermal unit, and this is something we build, for instance, in the center of the city, technically, is that possible to advance today?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a loaded technical question because there's a lot that goes into it, and heat balance and the like. So, but it's technically possible, yes.
I mean, geothermal is very site specific in terms of what you can do with the land you have available, the geological structure that you're, if you're going vertical bore, lots of, what ifs there, but the technology is available right now to be able to do that.
Particularly good if you can marry it up with something that needs cooling.
Yeah.
So it always wants heat. Ideally, use a geothermal system as a battery, so you're moving the energy back and forth.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stakiniak, go ahead. Instead of Chuck.
Okay, just breathe, take a pause and read, and you'll figure it out. It's okay. Thank you. Through the chair, there was something that you mentioned, Mr. Boulanger, about community energy systems. I didn't capture exactly what you were talking about. Could you explain that a little bit more?
Community energy is a district energy system where there's a central source of energy that's conducted usually through piping systems to a multitude of buildings. As an example, the University of Regina has a central power plant, and all of the buildings on the university campus, with a couple of small exceptions, receive high-pressure steam for heating and chilled water for cooling from that one plant. So the entire campus only has that one power source, and community systems literally take that to a community level, and you might have a subdivision with 150 homes in it, and they have one plant, and it could be geothermal, it could be solar, it could be any source of renewable energy, but all of those structures would get their energy from one source.
Okay, so that it doesn't have to be always an individual home solution. It could be a neighborhood solution.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. My second question through the chair is regarding your organization, ASHRAE, or in terms of education. Like, I don't know what the status of technical expertise is in Regina on moving to more energy efficient and net zero kinds of energy systems. Does your organization do workshops in Regina with people who want to learn more about that?
Not since COVID too much, but there is a massive amount of information available.
Yeah, it's not been in the local chapter's mandate to do public education per se. We have a variety, and we're not representing ASHRAE, just to be clear.
No.
Okay.
We're members of ASHRAE, but yeah, their outreach is more to engage with University of Regina, sponsoring student projects every year. They engage with provincial government through a government affairs panel, those sorts of things. They have not been in the business of providing public education, although ASHRAE's website, which is available to everybody, has just an enormous amount of resources on it that are publicly available. So, I mean, there's even more resources to the members, but it's an organization with like 35,000 or more worldwide members. So it's been around for 100 years. So, I mean, it is a great resource.
Okay, thank you.
And I think individual members of ASHRAE, I think, would be willing to participate in, opportunities and instances where you might want some technical training for people who aren't familiar with the issues around building heating and cooling.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead.
Thank you. 4.1 to 4.3 of our draft action items speak about increasing solar capacity 4.1 and 4.2 are about rooftop solar, and then 4.3 sort of a solar farm model. My question for you two is one of those models preferable to the other, whether rooftop or solar farm? And I guess the premise of my question is it more efficient to have a solar farm than to rely on individual rooftops?
So the difference, there are differences. It's a fairly nuanced conversation. Rooftop solar puts the solar at source, so there's no, and the interface requirements from a technical point of view are pretty easy. They're small scale. They're measured in single digit or low 10, 20 digit kilowatts. So the electrical installation is quite easy. However, they're not usually optimized for solar tilt and the absolute bringing the last very best efficiency out of the solar itself. Having said that, they're great. I mean, I've done the analysis on my house. My house is not by any means a perfect solar collector the way the roof's oriented. There's structural issues that you have to think about. Do you have the weight capacity in the roof structure, all those kinds of things. Solar farms, albeit they take a big piece of real estate that you have to get landowner's approval for, but they can be very efficient in terms of the dollars per kilowatt in terms of the installation. We've done several solar studies in my career, and the farms are, now are very efficient at their dollars per kilowatt getting connected. So, but there's other challenges. You have to find you have to work with SAS Power. You have to get an appropriate site grid entry point. There's lots of technical things that go along with it. But dollar per kilowatt, the land cost excluded, the land-based one would be more efficient cost-wise.
Thank you. And maybe just a technical follow-up, if I can, is with respect to the solar farm, are there any problems with sort of holding on to all of the energy that's produced there, like in a battery system or otherwise, and getting that power back to the city? So is there an inefficiency that's sort of correlated with how far away that solar farm is from the city? Any reflections on that area?
With all electrical transmission distribution systems, there are inefficiencies in the length of conductor that you have to go through. They're very small. I think that they would be more than made up through the optimization of the tilt angles and directionality of the solar farm. It's not typically an impediment because, the electrons don't need to know where they're going. The electron goes into the grid and it gets used.
I would add to that the issues with variability on wind and solar, particularly solar, are likely going to require extensive storage capability if there's no other backup. And I know the City of Regina has already signed a contract for their first battery energy storage system in Regina. I think it's 20 megawatts. That's a drop in the bucket to what will ultimately be required to make the renewable power reliable all the time.
Thank you. So just to make sure I understand right, from a layman's language, is that right to say we need a way to hold on to extra power generated on good solar days to use on power on days when solar's not producing as well? Is that right?
Exactly, and the same for wind.
Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Berchiani, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Section 3, well, before I get to that, you had in your speech when you spoke, you had indicated that businesses may not be able to, some businesses may not be able to afford to kind of retrofit. Are you saying that there could Some businesses, there could be a need for an incentive for businesses. I know we're talking lots of times about homeowners, but businesses as well. And do you see any kind of shortages that may come with that?
I personally think that a lot of my parents were small business owners, and they didn't keep money in their business to upgrade their building all the time. So there's many small businesses that will need to be treated like a homeowner in terms of having some sort of incentive program. I think that would be quite typical, and there's a lot of very small businesses. The larger businesses may not have to do that, and so you'll need to have a range of discussions about what type of incentive programs are available. Some of them have existed over the years, so they're all attuned to the market they're trying to hit.
Thank you. In Action 3.1. There's the all new residential construction, that's 0 by 2030, and 3.2 is the IC buildings for the National Energy Building Code. Now, they have standards in there from increases from 2022 reaching 50% by 2026 and 100% by 2030. Do you see any, are you concerned with the timelines for those? Or anything in regards to the National Energy Building Code at all? Any red flags there?
No. The only thing I would say is that I don't believe the province of Saskatchewan, or in the past, the province of Saskatchewan did not automatically accept updates to the National Building Code. It had to go through a review process before it was actually promulgated. I understand that there's been some changes to that over the last couple of years that might improve the cycle. I would just say that working with the building standards branch of the provincial government is necessary to make sure that the adoption cycle is done in a timely manner, so that when the next code cycle comes out, we're not waiting 4 years for it to actually get adopted. So, I know that there takes some time in the review and adoption of model codes, but I believe that if they can get it down, the cycle time down to under a year, that would be great. But in terms of the code development is excellent in Canada.
Councillor Bricciani, you're on mute again.
Thank you. Sorry. In regards to solar panels, one of you indicated that you've worked a lot with solar farms and panels. Can I ask, in regards to, and I've read is the concern with what happens with these solar panels when they're done, their life is done. What is your recommendation? What can they be done? What they can maybe recycle? Like what happens with these solar panels?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in solar panels in themselves. We're the users and appliers of them. So my understanding is that for most of them, there's along with battery production, there needs to be recycling programs developed for them. But yeah, not experts in that.
Okay.
The only thing I would say is their, primary element is silicon, and that's a very common substance. So I'm not sure that the recycling issues there would be larger than they're going to be for things like lithium batteries, which is going to be a challenge.
Can I ask, what is usually the life of a solar panel?
I was looking at some data the other day on they do degrade over time. As they get older, their performance goes down. I would say probably in the range of 15 to 20 years, but I certainly stand to be corrected on that.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bricciani. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead, please.
Thank you. We spent a little bit of time talking about some really cool alternative heat sources and energy sources. And I've had a lot of people contact me and kind of worry about costs, and those things sound kind of costly. The first step in this plan concerns deep retrofits of residential pre-1981 construction, and that's for the envelope and the efficiency of the building. It's a real simple step. Do you think that's a wise move for a first step and a first recommendation before these secondary exciting new ventures they talk about? Is that a really good way to get the plan going?
I would characterize it as a necessary first step.
Yeah. Okay.
Because if you don't do it, then you're trying to solve a bigger problem. So we want to make this the fuel switching issue have the least impact. And so, you know, if the energy savings, they'll be there forever. Yeah. So concentrate on energy savings first, and then move to fuel switching.
And some of this comes to affordability, and you know, some people mentioned grants and things like that. I think there's a $5,000 grant right now for home renovations. This would be something smart for people to start planning for if we set this type of a goal. Would you guys agree with that? Maybe to apply some of that towards this and get their homes ready? That'd be like a real smart first move and everything's in place.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of program development that has to happen to make this all work.
Yeah. Thank you for all the information provided.
Thank you, Councilor Montanelli. I just have a couple of questions. We talk about the new buildings, and obviously that's so much easier to have everything up to standard. But what about our older buildings, our heritage buildings? What type of how can these be retrofitted to be these standards, and the complications that's going to come with it, or will there come with any?
Yeah, heritage buildings are a special category, mostly because the building science around the building envelope has to be respected, or you can have unintended consequences. And poorly applied energy conservation measures in heritage building can lead to its degradation. So the technologies, people know how to do it. The upgrades that were done at the legislative building over the last, in the early 2000s and into 2010s, they had heritage and building science consultants involved so that we didn't, make sure that there was no degradation to the exterior envelope, the masonry, and so on. So heritage buildings do need to have some special care and attention. In fact, any program that needs, you do need, in our climate, you do need some building science involved with upgrades of the envelopes, because you don't want to create situations where you get dew point in the middle of the insulation and freezing and mold issues. So there are technicalities to it, but there are proven solutions to it as well.
Yeah, you have to consider also when you're tackling old buildings, it's not just the heating and the cooling, it's the accessibility, it's the fire, it's the electrical. Everything has to fold in. So once you go in there, be prepared for, a literal avalanche of concerns to fall into the process, and the cost is sometimes very hard to predict.
So is it safe to say it's going to cost a lot?
Pardon me?
Is it safe to say it'll cost a lot?
Well, every building is a special case. And in some cases, some concerns won't be there, and in some cases, they'll all be there. So it requires very good upfront analysis of the building structure and all of the services and everything else that goes along with it to come up with a reasonable estimate. But the history of it has been that it's very difficult to do those projects on budget.
Thank you. Just to kind of follow up from that, talking about the budget of the buildings, do we have the capacity in Regina for the manpower to do this?
That's a good point. What I would say is the industry needs to work with the city to ensure that manpower availability is there. I don't, in of itself, don't have any real strong feelings that there's going to be a big issue, but that's why planning and communication and working with industry is necessary so that they can understand the needs of the marketplace and they can adapt to it. What you don't want to see is what happened when Saskatchewan has a big building boom and everybody comes into the province and if they got a pickup truck, they set up shop and a cell phone. And then when the market slides, they take off. What you want to have is a planned or a good understanding of the impact on the marketplace, working with all of the industry partners. And the industry partners, they will be happy to engage because they want to understand what's going on, and they will respond with whatever's necessary.
Thank you for that. I see no further questions. Thank you for your presentation here. Please go back to the galleries. Thank you. I'd like to call upon Josh Campbell. I'm not sure if you're going to make it to pick up your children, but we're hoping.
I'm good.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself to for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that we may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Mayor, Mayor Masters, Regina City Council. My name is Josh Campbell. I live and work in the Heritage neighborhood of Regina, located here on Treaty 4 territory. Today I'm representing myself in the Wascana Solar Cooperative, of which I'm the president. I was actually wondering if I could recruit those guys for the board, but maybe I'll talk to you afterwards. Cooperatives have a long history in the prairies. The simplest way to understand a co-op is a group of people who see a problem and decide to band together to do something about it. If you're like me and have ancestors who settled in the prairies, then you'll know how much they relied on their local communities and co-ops to get stuff done. I'm an Alberta boy, but you can see I've converted, okay? Back on my family farm in Alberta, my grandparents belonged to one of these rural communities that relied on each other. One of the co-ops they organized was the local chapter of the Rural Electrification Association, or REA. My great-grandfather helped establish the REA in that area, and my grandpa both voluntarily erected power poles and sat on the board. Because of this co-op and 416 other ones like it, rural Alberta went from less than 4% electrification in 1948 to 87% in 1961. At 9 years old, my mother still remembers the excitement of the board meetings, which were held in her farmhouse basement. I talked with my mom about this the other night, and she said it was the willingness to think beyond just yourself and your own family and put time and energy into making things better that helped these communities flourish. Fast forward to 2017, my wife and I went to an inconvenient sequel when it was showing in theaters. The film looked at positive solutions to climate change, like the adoption of solar energy. We'd considered installing solar panels previously, but the upfront capital cost was prohibitive. That was when my wife suggested that we find some friends who also may want to get solar panels and make a bulk purchase. I knew little about how co-ops worked, besides the small patronage I received every year from FCL. After an internet search, I found a story about someone who wanted to start a solar energy co-op in Regina, Susan Burley. I called her and we planned an initial meeting at the Artful Dodger. I expected 20 people to show up. The place was packed. It was then that I knew this would become much bigger than I thought. We soon created a volunteer board and began meeting in people's houses and curling rink clubs with beer as our communal drink. In our first 28 months of operation, we helped install 468 panels in southern Saskatchewan through our solar investment opportunity and group buy programs. This is an estimated reduction of 150 tons of CO2 per year. This shows yet again the power cooperatives can have to get stuff done. Another benefit of our co-ops is the educational component. Recently, we're holding virtual cafes once a month that stimulates conversation about solar and renewable energy. And that's been excellent. We also help groom future city councilors, but I don't know if I can take the credit for that. But I realize that much of the energy and sustainability framework has to do with city property, but it also says that the city can help with the uptake of community solar farms and by providing financial and non-financial supports for the installation of rooftop solar for residential and commercial sectors. A community solar farm is a large-scale or centralized solar installation where panels are used to harvest the sun's energy. Solar farms are typically connected to electricity grid, and energy from the farm is delivered to consumers as part of that system. Through our Solar Investment Opportunity Program, Wascana Solar Co-op pools together our members' purchased preferred shares and then reaches out to potential partners who offer us space to install our systems. We help our partners go green while they pay us the cost of their power usage. Our first installation with this program was a Connexus Bank rooftop on Albert Street North. Since installation, the 114 panel array has produced 126 megawatts of power and offset a total of 66 tons of CO2. This model could be replicated on city buildings, with the city acting as the partner with our co-op members. Or as suggested in the framework, the city could install its own community solar farms, which will create jobs and increase local energy resilience. As for supports to encourage solar rooftop installation for both residents and businesses, Regina could look to Saskatoon, which is now operating a home energy loan program called HELP. HELP was developed to help Saskatoon homeowners improve energy efficiency, install renewable energy, reduce water use by offering low-interest loans to cover the upfront costs of these upgrades. Loans between $1,000 to $60,000 are available to homeowners residing in the city of Saskatoon for eligible retrofits. These loans are offered at a low interest rate and are repaid through property taxes over 5, 10, or 20-year terms. As I mentioned above, a big deterrent of installing solar for my wife and I and many others is the upfront capital cost. A program like HELP could diminish this. It would also create more work for local solar installers and cooperatives like ours. Essentially, that is all I'm asking from you today, is that you make a decision that will allow innovative and problem-solving Saskatchewan businesses like ours, and to help you achieve this goal to grow. Together, citizens and city, let's make a decision that goes beyond just us and our families. Like our prairie ancestors, let's make a decision that extends to the good of all of us, including those in other parts of the world who feel the brunt of climate change impacts and those who are yet to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you for your presentation. Do any members of our committee have any questions for our delegate? Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Josh. I wonder if you have any reflections on the appropriateness of the 2030 goal outlined in this draft framework document.
Well, from my understanding, I think it was achieving 2016 levels by 2030. And I think that Laura spoke to this earlier, just about how, you know, the fair share and the equity in that. And that was scientifically didn't line up with the science in terms of it being a thing that we should do to achieve the goals we need, but just being more realistic about our political setting. And I get that there's a compromise there. But I guess I was thinking about this before, and the whole equity thing it's an interesting question, because I guess as an anecdote, I do teach high school, and I took the day off today. It's important for me to be here. But I remember a conversation with one of my grade 10 kids just about, he was a real, he asked a lot of good questions through the term, and he always played devil's advocate with a lot of stuff, which was great. And I remember at one point he asked, like, why, you know, we produce so few emissions in Regina and Saskatchewan and Canada, not per capita, but on a total basis than like China or United States. And we had a conversation in the class about that. And I just brought up the whole point of, you know, in other countries, like we've been enjoying a standard of living for 40, 50 years. I mean, is it fair to look at those other countries and just be like, oh, like, sorry, you guys gotta slow down here. I just don't even think that's fair. So that's where I guess I would say, you know, 2030, you know, 2016 levels, that's percentage wise, and maybe 50% or something, but is that enough? And do we have an ethical responsibility? I mean, I'm a religion teacher, so talk a lot about that. But what's our ethical responsibility, especially when we think about the world? Like, I mean, I mentioned my story about co-ops, and the world was so much smaller I was talking to my grandpa about this yesterday. Like, it was his community, right? But now, like, we're in a global community. We see stuff that's happening around the world. Like, we can't plead ignorance about that anymore, right? So we have to consider that those people are part of our community in a sense. So sorry, it's a long-winded answer, but I think that's the fiduciary or ethical responsibility we have, from my opinion. Anyways, that student was like, okay, Mr. Campbell, whatever. But yeah, I think he kind of did. Maybe he thought about it, but yeah.
You're in the business of change in life, so thanks for coming out.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Brusciani, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Josh. So I asked the previous delegation in regards to solar, about them. Is there, what happens when they are done their life? What do you see happening if this goes forward? What they go to the landfill? Are they recyclable? Like, what happens? Do you know? Through the chair.
Yeah, I think there's other jurisdictions that are dealing with that a lot more than ours right now, because obviously, well, not obviously, but solar has been adopted in some other locales at an earlier rate. And so now they're dealing with what to do with them at the end of life. And I think that's a really important question. And it's something that really needs to be thought about and considered, because, while the gentleman before said they're largely made of materials that, don't have a huge impact, there still are some somewhat toxic materials that need to be dealt with, I think, on a smaller basis. But there is possibilities of recycling them as well. I think from stuff I've read, there's some research into that. But I guess in answer to your question, yeah, there would need to be high consideration for what happens with them at the end of life. Because, and on the other end, even for how they're sourced and how they're mined and the batteries we're talking about, like, that's an ethical dilemma I experience as a president of a solar energy co-op. Is just, are we just transferring our consumer mindset into renewable energy? So we need to be mindful about, I think, consuming less and energy efficiency as the lowest hanging fruits. And I'm probably not doing well for preaching solar here, but that's, I think those are the lowest hanging fruits and that's why I think there's some real good energy monitoring programs, which I know the city has explored, and even the Catholic School Division has had a couple schools that have hired, I can't remember the name of, I think it's Greenwave, but have hired these kind of monitoring systems so that you get an accurate readout on actually how much solar is needed. So you're not, and a lot of them recommend, you should be doing these retrofits before you install solar so that you're not overdoing it on solar, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you for that. The last question kind of segues into kind of the occupation and what you do. We talk a lot about how we have to engage residents of Regina. Our youth are a big part of that. As sure, I know many municipalities have brought it into schools, talking about not just solar, but energy efficiency, that kind of thing. Do you think there's an opportunity to work with our school divisions and our youth to, because I think they're ahead of us than where we are, but do you think there's a piece that we have to ensure that we, some way, and how would you see that being done?
Yes. No, I totally agree. And there's I think I mean, just from personal experience, the students that I've worked with, and I mean, there's a couple of them who are now, you know, I don't even know what they're doing. They're on Regina Energy Transition, and they're leading meetings, and like they've gone beyond just some of our conversations as a club at the school. So obviously, some young people catch the vision and they just run with it. And I guess as an educator, I don't know, this is indirectly answering a question, but I think the first thing is for adults to kind of recognize that young people are smart and they're not stupid and their voices matter. And that's something that I think is really missed by a lot of adult people. So, and I obviously that's why I'm in the profession I'm in, because I feel very passionate about how young people are smart and intelligent and they have a lot of stuff to offer. And so I know, yes, and I guess finding vehicles and apparatus to like engage with students at the school division level would be important. Maybe you can have a chat there, Lori, you know some people there. So, you know, that's how we kind of work on that, I think would be important. And again, doing it in a way that there'd be some nuance there, because I know the climate we're in, there's, you know, oil and gas is important, and you know, there's some of our students and their families who benefit from that. I grew up in a family where both my parents worked in that industry. So navigating some of that, I know, is what we're sometimes afraid of, but I think having those conversations, like that's important, and reaching out to the school divisions and seeing if there's a way to get more students involved in municipal issues. I've seen it work really well with what I've been doing at Miller, but I also feel a bit like I could use some help from the city and like how to navigate that, because there's there can become conflicts of interests, and like I don't know what I'm doing sometimes. Like I'm just trying to be an inspiring educator, but I'm getting in trouble sometimes. So I want to try to, I think if you could sit down with some teachers who would be interested and like talk about how we'd work that out in a way that is open in communication and yeah, if that makes sense. But I would be all for being a part of a group like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So just I think I studied in school somewhere the whole sustainability piece. Just, you know, the question again that, you know, we talk about engagement and how important it is. So, you know, what that would be one tool as the schools. There's going to be others. So, no, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Councillor Sakinian, go ahead.
Thanks. Thanks for coming here today, Josh. So I might just have one question, and I'm going to pose the same theoretical question that I posed to Laura Stewart, which is, knowing that we're going to review the framework annually, in this theoretical example, do you prefer that, talking about like how our 2030 targets could be improved, would you prefer a scenario where we send back the plan and work on making it better, which will take several months, and delay getting started on it, or get started on it in its current format, knowing that we have these yearly revisions, or not revisions, but updates on it, and can continue to improve it?
That's a tough question. I understand why the framework is the way it is, because, you know, there's science, but then there's politics, and there's the education component, which I think maybe your question somewhat connects to what Councillor Brasciani was saying. Like, so if we can start to engage, this is the tough thing, right? Because we need to take action on this, but soon, but we need to also educate and bring people along. And So I think, I guess in that equation, if I would say the yearly reviews, if we added something like a mechanism through which we could connect with school divisions or have more kind of town halls and engage community members, and which honestly Wascana Solar Co-op and Regina Energy Transition, these kind of organizations, we are talking about doing that kind of stuff already. So if there's a way we can, even on that educational side, work together, so that this doesn't become like a hugely polarizing thing. Sorry, not a clear answer, but.
Okay, but what I think I heard you say is we should get started and then work with partners to continue to make it better. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stanicek. I have a question, kind of, in your opinion, as you're a teacher. For years, it was always a big joke how many groceries I could fit into a plastic bag. So we've been conserving bags forever, and we've done the dumping the groceries out on the outside, going out of the store because I put too much stuff in one bag. I always buy used clothes, always buy used vehicles. I use one light fixture when there's a bulb of 3 light fixtures. These are things that I've really ingrained in my children and the youth that I've talked to and been in dealings with and stuff, because they understand that, they get that. Is that something that you as a teacher feel that could be important to the younger generation going forward in this plan? Is just reducing what we're using so much as maybe getting into the technical stuff of the solar panels and stuff like that? Do you see any value in that?
I think it's, I mentioned this before, I think it's the lowest hanging fruit, is that kind of behavior. I guess the issue becomes that when you're working at a systems level, like how do you do that? Because it becomes difficult. You're being raised with certain values, but those values aren't always being transferred in other homes, and like. I mean, this is a conversation schools are always having because parents are the primary educator, but like, how do we work with parents to, whether it's a topic like racism or any kind of major topic where you might have different views at a home, how do you bring people along? And that's, again, I'm not having any clear answers here, but I think it's not just an individual thing. That's why, like, the city considering a framework is taking kind of a moral step of leadership, in a sense. Yeah.
Thank you. That kind of answered. I mean, I'm just looking at these lights and I'm going, why do we have all these lights on? Maybe we should just turn some. But I mean, is that something that the city could maybe do a pilot project with and have some type of a resource within the school system as a teacher to say this is what you can talk at a lower level? Is that something that you could think would be useful within our school systems?
Well, I mean, I will say we have established a permaculture club at the school, and if you don't know what permaculture is, I'd recommend everyone look it up. It has values and principles from indigenous cultures and from mixes that with technology and different. But anyways, it's a real good model that just looks at. I mean, if I could say this, from what I've read, I think we need large systemic change. And eventually, if we could do that and move into more groups and individuals that are applying principles like from permaculture in their own lives, then maybe we could move away from the big brother saying this is what we need. But I think at this point, because of the crisis we're in, we need some large scale change and leadership. And I mean, we did it with coronavirus. And in my opinion, I think what's happening in the climate is a much graver issue than the pandemic we just had. Yeah.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you very much. I see no further questions from the committee. Thank you very much for your presentation. You can go home and get your children now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I do. Okay. I'd like to call upon Delegate Amy Schneider. She'll be joining us for teleconference. Please introduce yourself, Amy. Are you there? Can you hear me, Amy?
Yeah.
You can. Okay. So can you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization that you're representing, if any, where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that we may have. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Amy Snyder, and I speak to you as a board member of Enviro Collective, a founder of EcoStress Regina, and a citizen of the city. And I'm here today to ask you to vote in favor of this framework on the 30th. The framework states that its implementation will generate a net return of over $18 billion across the community above the business as planned scenario by 2100. It will also create 4,000 jobs. Well, this is substantial and highlights the absolute advantage of transitioning our resource-based economy to resources that the world will continue to demand well into the future. It doesn't do justice to the full return on investments of this framework by far. I'll give examples of what I mean concerning health. The types of pollution that would be reduced or mitigated via this framework include smog, as we've heard, a co-benefit of reducing internal combustion vehicles, and extreme weather events caused by climate change, which is treated as a form of pollution. The report Costs of Pollution in Canada, published by the International Institute for Sustainable Development in 2017, states that the minimum financial cost of pollution to Canada in the year 2015 alone was $39 billion, and possibly twice that large. Costs include premature deaths, increased illness, and loss of enjoyment of recreational opportunities. The latter is nothing to sneeze at. This framework points out that tourism has historically been a major component of Regina's economy. Can we boast about our beautiful Wascana Lake when forest fires cause the Air Quality Health Index to be consistently above 7, a high health risk, or when we're under a heat warning for many days out of our short summers? Such extreme weather events will also increasingly put a crimp on the many outdoor festivals that generate revenue for Regina. Let us not forget about the eventual spread of viruses due to rising temperatures, such as West Nile, that will make our mosquitoes more than just irritating. These very few examples of the physical health consequences and ensuing economic burdens of pollution demonstrate that mitigating global climate change will have direct economic benefits beyond what I see included in this already very thorough framework. I'd like to speak next about the mental health costs of not taking ambitious enough action on climate change. I've alluded to some of the loss of enjoyment of life that climate change is already causing for us as our summers are becoming increasingly smoky and hot. There's more to the situation than that, acknowledging that we are privileged to not be bearing the brunt of this specific effect of colonialization, inasmuch as we are not losing our homes to sea level rise or yet to catastrophic storms. Many people here are nonetheless already experiencing great amounts of stress over the climate crisis. Distress caused by environmental change and anxiety about our future and our children's future are entirely appropriate responses to the situation, and they're prevalent. The Government of Canada just released a report on the effects of climate change on health last month, in which the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, Carolyn Bennett, states, quote, "It is clear that concerns about climate change have increased the stresses on the mental health of Canadians," end quote. One quick fact from the report is that, quote, "Given the current high costs of mental illness to society and the breadth of mental health impacts related to climate change, future financial costs will increase without greater adaptation," end quote. I personally am suffering from climate grief and anxiety. As a result, together with 2 others, I recently created a group called EcoStress Regina to give people a chance to a place to acknowledge their environmental stress and learn ways to cope with it. The group meets weekly for 8 weeks. We were hoping to have 6 to 8 people join. Instead, we ended up with nearly 30 people interested, and so formed 2 separate groups of 10 and a wait list for future ones. What I've heard from these people is that there's a shared sense that living here makes it difficult to speak about environmental stress, as historically the city and the province have not taken environmental issues seriously, and this contributes to a culture of ignorance and apathy towards climate change. This has created an extra layer of stress and a sense of hopelessness in many citizens who are deeply worried about this existential crisis and fear not enough is being done to address it. There are economic benefits of having a mentally healthy as well as a physically healthy population, of course. Therefore, I want to end by thanking you all for the incredible work that has gone into creating this framework and stress the importance of passing it at Council next week. Seeing our city take a bold leadership position on this most serious issue of our time offers a much-needed sense of hope to its citizens. Thank you very much.
That was perfectly timed. Thank you for your presentation. Does any members of the committee have any questions for our delegate? I see none. Thank you for presenting today, and I can ask you to please leave the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to call upon Aurora Lee. Do you have her on the phone? Is she there? Aurora? Are you there, Miss Lee?
Hello?
Hello, you can hear us?
I can hear you, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization that you're representing, if any? You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aurelie McPherson, and I'm presenting as a citizen. I just want to share that I love living in Regina, and that I love that my kids live in Regina, and I love that my grandkids live here. So in terms of sustainability, I'm on, I'm in, I'm there for them. I just want to give you a little background about how amazing Tom Atkins and Jerry Belanger are. Because we have these great assets in our community. So Tom is a retired VP president of Stantec, and he chaired the steering committee on decarbonization. He also received the Lieutenant Governor Emeritus Achievement Award for his distinguished career. Jerry Belanger has been in the construction industry since 1975 and has sold HVAC equipment. He's been a distributor, a manufacturer, and working with every type of product used in a building mechanical system. He troubleshoots for across Canada and United States. He's a lifetime member of ASHRAE and the Mechanical Contractors Association. Patrick Costa-Marie was also there, but he had to leave, and he's with ASHRAE. And I just want to share with you, the mission statement for ASHRAE is the art and science of heating, ventilating, and air conditioning for all humanity. So you know how we have IT nerds? Think of us as HVAC nerds. We love HVAC. But I am presenting today as a citizen. So I want to thank the City of Regina Executive Committee for the work they've done on the Energy Sustainability Framework. The 4 pillars of sustainability as outlined by the United Nations is economic, environment, social, and cultural values. The United Nations developed 17 development goals, or SDGs, to assist cities like Regina to build back better, to ensure we leave no one behind and reach those 2030, 2050 goals. The University of Regina, the University of Saskatchewan, and the Polytechs have adopted the 17 SDGs as a platform to develop sustainability. These goals are holistic in their approach and ensure values such as reducing poverty, reducing discrimination, and addressing reconciliation are part of a new energy pathway forward. And this goes back to what Fred Clipshin said, is that we need to keep those, when we make any kind of decision, you keep those 17 goals in your back pocket so that you make sure that you're making sustainable decisions. It's imperative that this framework is passed. It is a living document that will be refined as we go along. It's a good jumping off plan. I would like to see that we include our dynamic culture woven into the framework. We're not a large city like Edmonton. We're a community that has amazing people power. We know how to innovate, and we're hard workers. A good example of our culture is Frost Fest. We had an incredible show of support from the business community, from volunteers, and the city to make Regina just sparkle for that festival. And my guess is it was done on a shoestring budget. It's important that the framework identifies our assets and our strengths. And And that's where people like Tom and Patrick and Jerry are so valuable to moving the framework to an action plan. Dr. Roger Petrie of the United Nations Regional Center of Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development notes that sustainability is really about asking the good question. This framework makes a suggestion that we move to renewables, but it does not address the really big question that we need to ask. What is the province of Saskatchewan's energy plan? It is my belief that the City of Regina is the best one in the province to lead this discussion and bring Sask Power, Sask Energy, and the Department of Environment all together in the same room. And we have to create those hard, messy, necessary conversations so we know what we're up against, so that we don't set people up for failure. We set them up for success. Sustainability can be a really scary word, but for me, it means community, it means togetherness, and it means bringing the best and the brightest from the community together to get it done. This is how we roll. And I really think in the future, people will look at us and say, wow, look at Regina, look what they did. Let's do what they're doing, because we believe in people power. So please vote yes to this framework next week. And thank you so much for letting me say my words.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. I would ask if there's any questions from any members of the committee for Ms. Lee. I see none. I thank you for your presentation and ask you to please leave the meeting. Joe Thompson. Joe, are you there?
Yes, I am.
You can hear us. Okay, thank you. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization that you're representing, if any. You will have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, Joe.
Hi, my name is Joseph Thomas, and I will be representing myself. Like you all, I live in Regina, specifically the Glencairn area. I play football, I have 2 dogs, and I live on this earth. I don't want to be wiped out by a tornado or some other weather disaster. Climate change is a very, very real thing that affects every person on the planet, from those in British Columbia suffering from floods to people in Australia struggling from the massive wildfires. Not only are people from other parts of the world being affected by climate disasters, so are we. Last year, we barely produced any crops. My neighbor, who owns a farm, said that quite a few, closer to half, of his crops died. Issues like these are affecting our neighbors near and far. Therefore, the framework is a step in the right direction to help our neighbors. Also, I'm a car guy. I use oil and gas as much as the next person. However, I recognize that strictly oil and gas are not the future. Energy transition takes time, and oil and gas will only get more and more expensive as the world goes on. That is why it is important that we make change now to solidify our community's future in our changing world. We can continue to have oil and gas and add alternative sources into the energy mix like the framework proposes to do. The current geopolitical state of the world emphasizes the need to have both in harmony. The framework does a good job of introducing renewables into our economy. As somebody who lives in Regina, I believe that this framework is a step in the right direction to inflict the meaningful change necessary to make this city an even better place to live in. Council should pass this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Does any members of the committee have any questions for Mr. Thompson? I see none. I thank you for your presentation. You can leave the meeting if you'd like.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Look into the energy mix like the framework proposes to do. Both in harmony. The framework does a good job of introducing renewables into our economy. As somebody who lives in Regina, I believe that this framework is a step in the right direction to inflict the...
I can't. Hi, Miss Eaton, would you happen to be on the line? I'm here. Oh. Ms. Eaton, can you press *6, please? We can't hear you at council. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Eaton, are you there?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We can hear you. Can you please, you'll have, introduce yourself for the record and the organization that you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that any members of the committee have for you. Go ahead, Ms. Eaton.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to join you. My name is Emily Eaton. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies at the University of Regina. I'm calling from just after my class teaching resource and environmental management. I'm also a mother to a 5-year-old and a resident who wants to see the city adopt a plan of action that will ensure that global warming does not exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. As you are aware, we are now in a climate emergency. Just this week, there were unprecedented levels of warming at the Earth's 2 poles. We saw atmospheric rivers in BC this year, and here in Saskatchewan, we've been suffering from wildfires that are increasingly making summer the season of smoke. All of this will get much worse if we don't immediately act at the scale and pace of the crisis unfolding in front of us. This is what the IPCC's newest report told us just this month. I was in the room in 2018 when Council passed the motion to make Regina a renewable city. We have gone through many hiccups along the way to the energy and sustainability framework. It was finally released this month, more than 3.5 years after the motion was adopted. Council has done the right thing by returning the focus of the framework to community-wide emissions and bringing our city in line with the efforts that are now well underway in cities across Canada and indeed around the world. I urge you today to adopt this framework. We don't have a minute more to delay after the 3.5 years that it has taken to get to this spot. For every day of inaction, we make the path towards zero that much more difficult and indeed more expensive in the long term. Had we started this transition 20 years ago, it wouldn't have needed to be so aggressive, but we now find ourselves with a monumental task in front of us and little time to accomplish it. The framework needs to be adopted this month at City Council, and the city needs to start immediately implementing the big moves and the actions identified in the report. Council needs to task city administration with setting up the internal structure that will facilitate immediate implementation of the framework, including dedicated staff with the capacity to address the full scale and scope of the framework. The report from the consultant is very clear. There is a sequence and timeline associated with each action, and if we don't meet the timelines or if we decide to do the actions out of sequence, we will not achieve our target. The report identifies the pathway that is the most cost-effective and yields the best results in line with keeping warming to 1.5 degrees. Arguably, Regina ought to do more than what the report lays out. To account for our disproportionate responsibility for climate change, our emissions here are significantly higher than those across Canada and across the world. We also need to leave some atmospheric breathing space to countries and jurisdictions that have not profited so heavily from historic emissions and that still need to raise their standards of living. We cannot walk away from this plan or implement it in half measures if we want to live up to our responsibilities as global citizens. Although the climate emergency is dire and reports warning of catastrophic loss can leave us feeling depressed and anxious, this framework is actually an exciting opportunity for the City of Regina. It will create new jobs over and above businesses planned, and it will garner investment from other levels of government and from the private sector. The global energy transition is here. Regina can pretend that business will go on as usual, but the reality is that if we don't join jurisdictions around the world in transitioning our economies, our city will be passed over by green industries and it will forego a significant investment. This plan is also an opportunity to provide tangible benefits that will make people's lives better. 2 years ago, my colleague Simon Enoch and I investigated how groups that have been marginalized in Regina could benefit from the energy transition. We published our findings in a report that was distributed to City Council and can be found online under the title Renewable Regina, Putting Equity into Action. We found a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for initiatives like fare-free transit, investments in energy efficiency, which will make people's homes more comfortable and in accessible transit and active transportation. In implementing this framework, we continue to call, as we did in that report, for an equity committee charged with ensuring that the city's plans make communities better and more accessible for all. It's crucially important that the community advisory group be supplemented with a committee comprised of people from communities that have been marginalized. Otherwise, their recommendations based in lived experience are drowned out by other interests that have a stake in keeping things how they are. I want you to know that you have the support of many different people and institutions in this community. The framework was the product of rigorous consultation, and you have partners at the University of Regina, in community-based organizations, and in diverse communities across many different sectors. We look very forward to getting to work. Please don't delay this critically important work another day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eaton. That was perfect timing. Thank you for your presentation. Does any committee members have any questions for our delegate? Okay. I see none. I can ask you to please leave the meeting. Thank you very much for your presentation. Brett Bolter. Mr. Bolter, are you on the line? Mr. Bolter, can you hear us? Dolter? Oh, sorry, Mr. Dolter. I thought it was a B. Mr. Dolter, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
I can't. Okay, sorry. I mistaken your D for a B. I'd like to introduce yourself to the organization, who you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions any members may have. Go ahead, Mr. Dolter.
Thank you. My name is Brett Dolter. I'm an assistant professor in economics at the University of Regina. I want to thank you, Deputy Mayor and Regina City Council, for the opportunity to speak to the Energy and Sustainability Framework today. My research is focused on climate change and how we can address it. And today I'm speaking in support of the framework. I was here, I was present in the room when Council unanimously supported the goal of Regina becoming 100% renewable by 2050. And I'm excited now to see a clear framework for how we can achieve that goal. In my 5 minutes, I'll focus on economics of this plan. So first, I encourage everyone to put the $14 billion in investments required to make this plan reality into context. We know there's a cost to not acting to stop climate change, and we've already witnessed these costs in Canada. So in 2016, the Fort McMurray fire created $4 billion in damage. The cost of the 2021 BC floods is estimated to be $9 billion or higher. So we know climate change poses these tremendous economic costs. It destroys our roads, burns down our buildings, floods our cities, increases the severity of our droughts. In Regina, we're vulnerable to superstorm events that could flood our city. We're also vulnerable to long-lasting droughts that could threaten our water supplies and our agricultural producers. And as other callers and speakers have mentioned, we will feel the health impacts from the more frequent forest fires as smoky air becomes the norm in our summers. So doing nothing does not result in cost savings for our community. It contributes to continued heating of our climate and helps to supercharge the disasters that accompany the heating. The second point I want to make is that we have an incredible opportunity to actually save money by carrying out this plan. And we can see in the actions that are outlined that many of them require an upfront investment in equipment that then generates energy cost savings. So the move to electric vehicles is a great example. We know that electric vehicles are much more energy efficient than combustion engines. Now, you don't lose energy as heat from the engine, so more of that energy goes towards moving the vehicle. And in doing the calculations, I found that if you were to switch from a gas-powered Honda Civic, fairly fuel-efficient car, to an electric Ford Focus of a similar size, it would be the equivalent of your gas price dropping to between 40 to 50 cents a liter. So close to a third or a quarter of the cost of gasoline right now. So it's cheaper to run these vehicles. And I think we'll all be enjoying that when we start to adopt these technologies. Third point I want to make is that carrying out this plan opens up economic opportunities for local businesses. We know it's a challenge to retrofit our existing buildings and equip them with heat pumps. but we know there are business models that are emerging that we can look to meet this challenge. So, for example, in New York, a company called Block Power has carried out retrofits on 1,200 buildings there. The company finances the energy efficiency retrofits and converts the buildings to electric heat. They then own and lease the equipment, building owner, for 10 to 15 years until the equipment is paid off and the investors earn a return on their investment. And after that, the building ownership of all that equipment goes to the building owner, and that owner then enjoys the energy savings. So this is the kind of business model that could help to make these retrofits a reality. And we see interest in this business model. So that Block Power company just received investments from Microsoft and Amazon owner Jeff Bezos. So I don't think it's a stretch to imagine a similar model for businesses like GreenWave that already monitor energy use in buildings to start moving to the retrofit stage. And we know investment is moving to zero emission energy solutions. Just yesterday, the federal government closed a sale of green bonds. They sold $5 billion in green bonds, and they're paying an interest rate of 2.25% a year. So they're actually, investors are willing to pay a lower rate of interest to invest in green projects. And the city might look to that as a way to finance some of this work. And the last point I want to make is that you aren't carrying out this plan on your own. As others have said, many of the actions outlined in the Energy and Sustainability Framework will be supported by federal and provincial policy in the coming years. So the federal government is working on a zero emissions vehicle mandate to require car makers to sell a minimum number of vehicles that are electric. Provinces are adopting the net zero building code, and Regina can work collaboratively with these other levels of government. So in closing, I want to congratulate city staff for their hard work on the plan and encourage city council, all of you, to vote in favor and adopt it as a guiding framework for our city. And I'm happy to collaborate as we embark on this project together.
Thank you, Mr. Dolter. Do any members of the committee have any questions for Mr. Dolter? Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead, please.
Thank you for coming, Professor. I want to ask you two related questions as an economics professor. The first is, am I correct in understanding that the tools at our disposal as a municipal government to push towards sustainability are carrots and sticks, so incentives and disincentives? And the related question is, does this draft plan contain enough carrots and sticks to make you confident that we're likely to meet the ambitious 30 items laid out between now and 2050? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor LeBlanc. Carrots and sticks is one way to think about policy tools. I would maybe expand the list. I usually think of 5 things that governments can do. So information, providing information, education is one. Incentives, financial incentives is another. And we see a lot of that discussed in the plan and by staff and administration as part of how to support the plan. Regulation is another policy lever that you can use. The municipality doesn't have regulatory power in all of the areas that are listed in the plan, but it would have regulatory control over things like zoning that can help in terms of density and intensification and thinking about urban form issues, and also potentially some of the issues around allowable uses and minimum parking spaces. Some of those urban planning issues would be regulatory issues the city has control of that could help in this context. And a fourth is pricing. So thinking about how to use taxation powers as an incentive. Thinking again about what's in the city's purview. We know that it is cheaper for home builders to build on greenfield sites, but studies out of places like Ottawa have found that the property taxes paid in some of those areas may not cover all of the services provided. And so, if we're thinking about ways to encourage density within the city's purview, thinking about increasing the taxes or putting a premium on the cost of new developments so that they become more cost competitive relative to infill developments, which I think is part of what the plan wants to encourage. So that'd be a pricing way. So thinking about taxation, maybe increasing property taxes in places where you want to build, to levelize the playing field. And then the last is government purchases, which I think the plan and administration has outlined some strong action on government purchasing, thinking about switching over the bus fleet to be electric. So I think, and thinking about energy efficiency within your own buildings. So I think that is another area where the city can have power, and you might think about using that strategically as well. Is it possible for the city to do bulk buying to install a lot of electric charging possibilities by working with one vendor to put in 1,000 instead of one here, one there. So purchasing power is another thing the city has that they can use. That's typically how I think of all of the levers available to government. And I mean, one thing that I understand from what I've heard is that implementation is going to be an ongoing discussion. How do we meet these targets? And so I'm excited to hear more on the implementation front, and hopefully we do work with other levels of government, other actors, call on the private sector, and get implementation happening, and some of those policy levers will be relevant there.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stanachuk, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a question regarding the electrical grid. We had some delegations talking about, with an increase in renewable power, how we might need to have to be looking at battery storage. Can you explain how we might be able to get around some of that through an interprovincial electrical grid?
Sure. Yes. Thank you for the question, Councillor Stanachuk. And yeah, my research actually focuses a lot on the future of electricity in Saskatchewan and in Canada. And so, I mean, we know that solar energy only is generated when the sun's shining, and the wind energy only happens when the wind is blowing. So you have to have ways to balance the system. And there's a few ways you can do that. So, energy storage is one. And that can be at different scales. So I was excited to see the 20 megawatt battery electric storage project that's happening in Regina with SAS Power. There's also larger kinds of storage projects that can be considered, like compressed air energy storage that can be built in these big salt caverns, which we conveniently have access to with our geology in Saskatchewan. But other ways to ensure that we have reliable power would be to connect to our neighbors and to build more of a interprovincial and even maybe not national, but Western electricity grid where we connect to Manitoba. So Saskatchewan, Manitoba work together. When it's sunny and windy here, we export power to Manitoba. When it's not as sunny and windy here, we import from Manitoba. And so Manitoba's hydro assets, their big hydroelectric reservoirs, those big dams, actually act as batteries in that scenario. So I think that is another way to approach that. I mean, as I said, you don't have to carry all of this yourselves. We know that the federal government is thinking about a regulation that by 2035, Saskatchewan would have zero emissions electricity. That's a regulation they're considering. And so if that's the case, then work with SAS Power to contribute to that would be an option. And know that when you buy electricity, you are buying reliable, clean electricity from that provincial crown.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. I see no further questions from a committee. I thank you very much for addressing the committee and ask you to please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll call upon Delegate Larry Kowalchuk. Larry, can you hear us? Mr. Kowalchuk, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you very much. Can you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any? You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which we'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that we may have. Go ahead, Mr. Kowalchuk.
Thank you. I'm not officially representing any groups or organizations. I'm Larry Kowalchuk with Kowalchuk Law Office. I am familiar with most of the groups, and the reason why I'm speaking is because I want to urge that you unanimously endorse this beautiful moment in what could be the most probably is going to be the most significant time in our history and for our children. I'm a lawyer. I represented a lot of groups and organizations in Saskatchewan and in Canada at the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court of Canada on the carbon pricing case. And I want to read to you what the Supreme Court of Canada said. So these are quotes. It's not my words, although I wish they were. The essential factual backdrop to these appeals is uncontested. Climate change is real. It is caused by greenhouse gas emissions resulting from human activities, and it poses a grave threat to humanity's future. Now, I'm just going to stop there. Every government in Canada, groups and organizations, scientists, even municipalities, presented to the courts in Ontario, Alberta, and here, and to the Supreme Court. And for those of you who don't know, there's what's called a record. So the court has to decide if there's any dispute about evidence before they make their decision. And I want to underline, there was no dispute about what I just read to you. No government disputed this truth. And the Supreme Court is making that clear. Now I'm going to quote from the case again. Global climate change is real, and it is clear that human activities are the primary cause. In simple terms, the combustion of fossil fuels releases greenhouse gas GHGs into the atmosphere. Fossil fuels. And those gases trap solar energy from the sun and thereby warming the planet. Carbon dioxide is the most prevalent and recognizable GHG resulting from human activities. Other common GHGs include, and this is important in the context of Regina and Saskatchewan, they include methane, nitrous oxide, hydrofluorocarbons, fluorofluorocarbons, sulfur, hexafluoride, and nitrogen trifluoride. The effects of climate change have been and will be particularly severe and devastating in Canada. Temperatures in this country have risen by 1.7 degrees Celsius since 1948, roughly double the global average, and are expected to continue to rise faster than that rate. Canada is also expected to continue to be affected by extreme weather, like floods, forest fires, etc. The Supreme Court says, the Canadian Arctic faces a disproportionately high risk from climate change. The average temperature has increased at a rate 3 times the global average. Continuing on, Supreme Court says climate change has also had a particularly serious effect on Indigenous peoples, threatening the ability of Indigenous communities in Canada to sustain themselves and maintain their traditional ways of life. Climate change has 3 unique characteristics that are worth noting. First, it has no boundaries. The entire country and entire world are experiencing and will continue to experience these effects. The court talks about Alberta, Ontario, Quebec, Saskatchewan, and BC. 90% of Canada's total emissions come from those 4 or 5 provinces only. 9% from the other 5, and less than 0.5% from the territories. Addressing climate change requires collective national, international actions. That's because the harmful effects of GHGs are by their very nature not confined by borders. That's all I'm going to quote from the Supreme Court. And the point that I want to emphasize is...
Mr. Kowalczyk?
Yes.
Your 5 minutes is up. Would you mind just wrapping it up for us, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I want to plead with you to unanimously endorse the 31 recommended actions as quickly as possible and not worry about waiting until 2030 or 2040. As Greta Thunberg and youth have been saying all around the world, it's time to act as if the house is on fire, because it is. Those recommendations are beautiful, powerful, but the whole world literally is watching Saskatchewan and Regina, because as the report points out, we have some of, if not the highest per capita world. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you and congratulations for the report recommendations. And I can't emphasize enough on behalf of my kids and others how important it is that we act fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
If there's any
Kowalczyk.
questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Do any members of the committee have any questions for Mr. Kowalczyk? I see none. So I thank you very much for addressing the committee, and I'll ask you to please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd call upon Delegate Sophia Young. Sophia, can you hear us?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from? You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, on which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that we may have. Go ahead, Ms. Young.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Sophia Young, and I will be representing myself as well as Millers for Nature Permaculture Club. I am calling from Ward 3, I believe, in Regina, but I live in Ward 5. I live in Regina, and I'm happy to be here today. First, I would like to thank Council and all those involved for making and approving the construction of an energy and sustainability framework. It is an accomplishment that we should be proud of. To reach our goal, we must make big moves, and it is time for you to take action to realize the city's promises. Climate change is real. It is so present that I don't think I have to tell you more about it. Saskatchewan's crop productions have been some of the lowest in a long time. Overcame by rising tides, Kiribati continues to buy land in Fiji. Madagascar has been in a 4-year-long drought, pushing them on the brink of the first climate-induced famine. Floods in the Philippines put my friends in water up to their knees. The crisis is killing our ecosystems, our livelihoods, and the people most dear. This is a story I know all too well. My family has been affected by climate change beyond belief. We used to be proud farmers in the global south. However, due to reasons like droughts and floods, it is no longer profitable. It was so bad that in 2013, Colombia's GDP value dropped more than 66% for agriculture, forestry, and the fishing sector compared to the levels in 1965. This equates to billions of dollars in losses and millions of people who can no longer survive in their fields. I have already come to terms that my family's fate is settled. However, I refuse to accept that the proud people in our province, our city, will lose their livelihood, especially since you have the power to change that. The Energy and Sustainability Framework is a step in the right direction. Even you, our Executive Committee, has recognized the need for climate action and have got the people to put in the work of creating this framework. Now that it is finished, you must approve it. The initiatives involved will create a better Regina that all of us can get behind. It will improve the quality of life, future-proof the community from economic shock, save households money, and have high net return. Hence, we need to take this action. We need to support this emissions-reducing framework so that the Earth warms no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, our generation will be overburdened with economic, social, and environmental costs. Make Regina a better place that we can all live in. Pass the framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. we have any members from the committee that have any questions? I see none. Ms. Young, I thank you for your presentation, and I ask you to please leave the meeting.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I will call upon Grant Gilchrist.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Can you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you're calling from? You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions that we may have for you. Go ahead, Mr. Gilchrist.
Thank you. Team councilors, Madam Deputy Mayor, Madam Mayor, thank you for letting me address you today. My name is Grant Gilchrist. I'm a resident of Ward 6, and I'm here to urge you to unanimously accept the Energy and Sustainability Framework. Further, I ask that in the yearly updates that are coming, you specify that the framework should attempt to achieve our fair share of limiting climate change to 1.5 degrees Celsius. I'm an engineer working as a consultant in the power industry, and I would like you to know 3 things. Firstly, that this work can be done. Secondly, that passing this framework will help make it happen. And lastly, that it has to be done, and we're fooling ourselves if we think otherwise. I grew up in Swift Current. I received my engineering degree from U of R, and for nearly 30 years, I have helped power companies around the world prepare for the greatest challenge that the power system has faced since it was created, namely the widespread use of distributed renewable energy, electric vehicles, and electrification, including heating and air conditioning. 30 years, that's how long we have known that this is coming. But it won't happen unless governments step up and say that they want it. I spend a lot of my time working with power utilities in California, and they have stepped up. I checked the web before making this call, and California is, as of this very moment, using over 60% of renewable energy to meet its demands. They peaked a little earlier today at over 70%, despite having shut down a nuclear power plant a few years ago. So compare that with Saskatchewan, which is currently capable of a maximum of about 28% renewables and more like 17% typically. There's a saying in Saskatchewan that we're always 10 years behind the trends, and mostly we're comfortable with that. We have an attitude that we don't want to be leading edge. Well, we definitely are not. And if we don't want to be more than 10 years behind, we need to get moving. I should make it clear that I definitely do not speak for Sask Power. However, it is clear to me that to meet these challenges, our power utility will need to build more clean sources of energy, establish methods of long-term energy storage, such as Brett Dolter was talking about earlier, perhaps import a lot more energy, and upgrade large portions of its infrastructure. This will not be easy, and the power company will need help, starting with direction from governments. Without such direction, utilities are forced to justify grid modernization using monetary business cases, and that goes very slowly because the carbon price is still relatively low. Of course, much of the government direction has to come from federal and provincial governments, but municipal governments like Regina can still play a part. And the framework that's in front of you is a good way to do that for the following reasons. Firstly, the framework demonstrates a commitment to reduce our existing energy usage. It encourages energy efficiency through building retrofits and setting standards for new construction. It'd be nice to see more details about this, but in general, this will help take the pressure off the power system even as demand increases. Secondly, adopting this framework signals that a large portion of the province's population is prepared to switch to electric power for heating and transportation, assuming that the utility will be working to make that power cleaner, and as of today, it is. Thirdly, it shows that the city is willing to bear some of the costs of this transformation by generating some of its own renewable energy. The utility will soon need all the help it can get for this. In each of these areas, the framework provides a mandate for the city planners to work closely with the power utility. They can help give insight to the utility on where and when the power infrastructure will need to be enhanced to support these changes. And this information will provide considerable aid to the power company and help the transition happen sooner. So, this transformational work can be done. Other jurisdictions are doing it, and they are currently years ahead of us. I would also stress that it must be done. The science of the climate change emergency is clear, and so is the fact that we in the developed countries must bear the responsibility for causing it. Canada is ranked 10th in the world for total emissions produced. And if Saskatchewan were a country on its own, it would be emitting the most emissions per capita of any country in the world. So, please, I urge you, take the responsibility, not only for our actions in creating this problem, but also for helping our power utility try to solve it, and vote for the framework.
Thank you, Mr. Gilchrist, for your presentation. Do any members of the committee have any questions for Mr. Gilchrist? Councillor Bisciani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gilchrist, for sharing the information and your expertise. I want to ask you in regards to California, because you did reference it. They have had blackouts that you kind of spoke there a little bit about. What do you think we can learn? Because I know that they're stepping back a little bit now, learning that maybe solar panels, they for sure don't work out in blackouts because of the overage and all that. So I'm just wondering, what do you think we can take away and learn from California? Because you've indicated that you've done some work there, through the chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate the question. I think I would probably disagree with the statement that solar panels don't work out in blackouts. I think that California has shown a great deal of leadership in making sure that it is very clear where power is needed and when, and where solar power is needed and when. And they are in the process of putting together systems to make their grid smarter and to interact with their market systems in order to make sure that they are getting the information that they need. When we were talking about, for instance, getting power from nearby areas. So California has been a leader in that, and setting up market systems and technological systems in order to make sure that the grid will have the power that it needs when it needs it. And so basically you need a smarter grid. And that's what I would definitely push for here in Saskatchewan, which is one that is continually monitoring where all the power is coming from, where it is needed, and where it is going. And linking that in with the fact that, yes, solar and wind and other renewables are more volatile. And the answer to that is that you monitor it a lot faster and you provide things like storage that allow you to go a lot faster, to respond to it a lot faster. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that does. I guess that, and you've provided, there was an article, I know that they had indicated, I think it went back to 19, but looking at, kind of, because they've had quite a few blackouts and they had one recently. Mm-hmm. I want to ask though, so in January of 2022 here, California is also looking at kind of cutting the subsidies for rooftop. And they get a lot of sun and all that. Do you know why? Because we need to do some subsidies. We probably need to get them incentives to get people going. Do you know what the reason for that would be? Through the chair.
Yes, thank you for the question. I'm not familiar with the cutting back of the subsidies issue. I do know that we've had a similar thing happen here in Saskatchewan, in that the utility had felt that it needed to change the deal for rooftop solar because they were losing money on each installation, essentially. And that unfortunately has had a bad effect on the solar industry here in Saskatchewan. But there are other ways to approach the problem. So I think it shouldn't be taken as a lack of support for solar power, but more, I think, in terms of trying to manage their cash flow and the viability of their utilities at the time. I think it should not be used as an argument as to say subsidies are bad. I think that there is a way to restructure rates for instance, one of the things that has been suggested by several people in Saskatchewan, for instance, is that that you can restructure rates in such a way that it's very clear as to where you are paying for energy, where you are paying for transmission infrastructure, where you are paying for distribution infrastructure. And so it's much clearer in the rate structure as to what things that a solar rooftop setup is paying for and which ones it is not. And that way you don't have any problems with certain customers subsidizing other customers. This all comes about because we're fortunate in Saskatchewan in a lot of ways because we have a monopoly. And the reason for that is because we have a lot of remote customers, and it's very important that all of them get electric power. And that means necessarily that that certain customers will always be subsidizing other customers simply because of where they live in the province. If you're close to a generator, it's going to be a lot cheaper to serve you than it is if you're way up in the north, for instance, right?
Yeah.
So I think a reorganization of the rate structures in order to make it clear who is paying for what, and for making people understand that that we really are trying to leave nobody behind in terms of electricity supply will, I think, solve a lot of these problems. I hope this helps. Sorry if I was a little long-winded about that.
No, that's great. I appreciate that. I think there's a lot of moving parts to this, and that's you hit it spot on. So I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I see no more further questions from any members of the committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Gilchrist, for addressing the committee, and I'll ask you to please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'll call upon Delegate Mark Ackerman. Mr. Ackerman, can you hear us? Mr. Ackerman, can you hear us?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Ackerman. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of the committee may have for you. Go ahead, Mr. Ackerman.
Thank you. My name is Mark Ackerman. I'm the Director of Saskatchewan Sustainable Energy Management Corp. And I'm very honored to be invited to present today in this learner group. I've been sitting here along with you the whole afternoon, so I really have a lot of respect for the stamina that your posteriors have as the members of the committee here. That's great. So, and it's been a wonderful experience for me to learn and listen to all of the comments and presentations that have come before me. I hope you've done your homework. I did send out a mailer to be distributed to you. I can see you. Unfortunately, you're disadvantaged. You can't see me. If you've actually read it, please put up your hand. Okay. So we can go from assumptions. The Saskatchewan Sustainable Energy Management Corp is was set up and created 5 years ago. And after 5 years and several $100,000, we tried to come up with a plan that would be all-inclusive for all the citizens of Saskatchewan, how it would allow even the most uninterested person living in Saskatchewan to participate, and how it would be the most maximum benefit. Our whole purpose is to try to keep all the money in Saskatchewan for the work and the efforts that we do promoting sustainable energy. The primary focus of Saskatchewan Sustainable Energy Management Corp is to develop the sustainable energy economy of Saskatchewan. And over the period of 5 years and many meetings and discussions with all people, I just wanted to say, as far as SaskPower goes, we support the grid and all the benefits and all the good work and history that's come as a result of that. And we feel that we can actually help SaskPower, as well as all the people in Saskatchewan, get to the point of 2030 targets in a timely fashion. The key aspects of this is, let's have to get some papers in front of me here. So it's creating sustainable energy economy. We focus only on Saskatchewan. We're all Saskatchewan people. So we're looking at 1.2 million people living in Saskatchewan. With Regina, an important part of the picture, because this is an us project. It's not a you and me project. It takes all of our efforts to make this happen. And we did a lot of analysis in detail, and a lot of the presentations earlier today described some of the efforts that's been taking place and the understandings that are currently out there. We found that the most efficient, the most sustainable way to get to the 2030 position that we all want to be in is to do community-based distributed energy systems with solar panels and with battery storage, energy storage. And so we looked at all kinds of things. If you have questions later on, for example, I've seen 5,000 bus unit systems operating in cities with remote controls, electric systems. I've been in all 3 or 4 different kinds of mines in the world. I know exactly what the mining requirements are for getting metals out of the ground. I'm very familiar with how solar panels are made. I've been involved in factories, designing factories for that, and then having them come into Saskatchewan for that purpose. So we've done we think we've done all the homework to try and appeal and really move forward quickly for the citizens in Saskatchewan. So my presentation today with Regina, with you people in Regina, I lived in Regina for 20 years of my life. I'm up near Saskatoon right now. And what we're trying to do is to do projects in a sustainable fashion. There's been a lot of talk about where we want to get to and some of the ways to get there by changing a few things, but we really haven't been talking too much about the cost of things and how does that filter down to the individual person. I noticed on the presentation that the document that we're looking at 1,900 kilowatt or megawatts of power or then up until 2035. This project that we're talking about is a starting point, and it's 100 megawatts with 300 megawatts of energy storage. So if you can imagine 10-acre plots around the city throughout the perimeter of the city and on different private land ownership, and that's already been figured out, and having 3 megawatt storage in every one of those locations feeding in to the consumption and of the city proper. There's also room for public systems. If you have a chance to look at that document, I'd encourage you to do that. It kind of describes in detail, given our 5-minute timeline. So what I can say is,
Mr. Ackerman, sorry, I was just
Yes.
going to say your 5-minute timeline is used up. Could you just? I know. Could you just finish up with your train of thought and in the next little bit? Thank you.
Okay, I'll do that right now then. This is very difficult to do, but I'll just say this. The city of Regina can have 100 megawatts of solar and 300 megawatts of distributed energy in and around the city perimeter for $11.50 per person per week for 2 years. No loans required, no financing required.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman.
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation, and I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you.
Had to.
Of course.
Does any members of the committee have any questions for the delegate? I see none. Mr. Ackerman, I can ask you to please leave the meeting, and thank you very much for addressing the Executive Committee.
Thank you.
Mr. Watson, we'll call upon delegate, Mr. Watson. Oh, it's Ms. Watson. Sorry, Ms. Watson, are you on the phone?
I am.
Hi, Haley. I'll ask you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, in which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that we may have for you. Go ahead, Ms. Haley.
Thank you. Hello, My name is Haley Watson. I live in Regina and I'm representing myself as a member of Fridays for Future. I'd like to start off by thanking all that worked on the Energy and Sustainability Framework, as well as the mayor and councilors for recognizing the need of this plan and putting the financial support towards its creation. Ever since I was a kid, nature and animals have played a huge part of my life. I can still remember helping baby ducks to get back the Wascana Lake, or the countless camping trips I took. The highlights of my childhood all involve nature in some way. Even now, when life gets stressful, I find comfort in nature. It's where I go to reflect, to learn, to relax, and simply enjoy myself. I can't imagine a future without it. I can't imagine my kids growing up without it. It plays such a vital role in my life that it's one of my biggest priorities to do my part to protect it. It's for these reasons climate action is the most pressing needs of leaders right now. The reason is climate action will help protect us all. Climate change has caused so much devastation for so many people, from livelihoods being destroyed when farming became inaccessible in many parts of the world, to people being displaced from their homes due to extreme weather events. These stories will only get more common if we do nothing and the effects of climate change progress. Even in Saskatchewan, crop yield is very inconsistent due to climate change effects. As an agricultural province, protecting our farmers needs to be a priority, and this framework helps achieve this. Regina can be part of the solution. It's our duty to do our part in reducing our emissions according to IPCC's report. If we don't, the consequences are unfathomable. The Energy and Sustainability Framework is a great step in the right direction in so many aspects. Besides protecting us from the environmental consequences, it will protect us economically. The cost of inaction is far greater than you would spend right now. That's why it's so important to make the framework a priority. We must deal with this problem today and not put the burden on future generations. By putting this framework in place, it creates the foundation needed to create a safer and more equitable Regina. I'm very excited about the Energy and Sustainability Framework and all the positive changes it will make to Regina. I'd like to see it fully funded and hope the council makes the right choice to not waste this opportunity to act on its promises. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. I'll ask if there's any members of our committee that have any questions. I see none. I thank you very much for your presentation and ask you to please leave the meeting. Oh my. Thank you. Is she gone? Yeah, okay. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file the following communications with respect to EX 22-41 Energy and Sustainability Framework? EX 22-43 Christopher Strain Energy and Sustainability Framework, and EX 22-44 Jim Elliott Energy and Sustainability Framework. Okay, Councillor Skidniak. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. We'll now consider items EX 22-41 Energy and Sustainability Framework. Ms. Folk, can you please introduce the report to us?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As you've heard today, the development of the Energy and Sustainability Framework is a key milestone in this incredible journey of transformation as a community. The framework will require sustained effort and collaboration from all sectors of our community over the next 29 years. You've heard that it is a living and dynamic plan, and it is the City of Regina's commitment to implement this through continuous engagement with stakeholders within the community as we begin to collectively plan how to move forward on the actions that are outlined in the framework. With that, myself, Ms. Simpson, Mr. Kuntz, Mr. McLean, and Mr. Hebert are available to answer any questions.
Sorry, I missed that. Thank you. Any questions from members on the report? We need a mover. Oh, sorry. We need a mover of this report. Councillor Hawkins, do you have any questions?
Let me make a comment, and then there may be a question that comes out of it. First of all, I want to recognize the work of Councillors Findura, Stevens, and former Councillor Joel Murray in kicking this off after having come back from a conference and saying we're doing nothing, let's do something. I also want to remember Councillor O'Donnell and Councillor Wade Murray, who raised these questions now over 5 or 6 years ago in the context of heavy vehicle electrification, autonomous vehicles, and those kinds of things. So that's where I think this started to come together, and I want to recognize those people for the initiative that they took. The second thing I want to do is I want to recognize the administration. I want to recognize in particular Louise Folk and her team who are here before us today. This was a big deal. It took focus, and they brought focus to our work. They listened hard when we were making big demands, and I think listening to the delegations today, we've heard that they were very successful in this. I finally want to thank the delegations. It was a long afternoon, but you know, everybody had something big to say and something small to say. And sometimes it's, when you're listening, it's the moments that say, I should have thought of that. I never thought of that. I'll give you an example. In my own case, one of the delegations said, you know, diesel fuels from trucks, from buses, are harmful to people. And when we have a lot of buses downtown, that's very harmful to people who are congested around the buses. Maybe when we're scheduling, we should think about that when we get electric buses so we can put them downtown first. I never thought of something like that. It may or may not be correct, but it's a kind of idea that comes out of an afternoon like we've had. So I'm very grateful, and I'm sure we all are, to the delegations that appear before us. I want to say that I support this unreservedly. This is a wonderful thing for Regina, for its future, for our children and grandchildren. It's a wonderful challenge for this council and the councils that follow us to ensure that it's implemented. I support it for all the reasons the delegations gave, and they covered the ground. I want to just make one suggestion or one observation. The thing that worries me the most is that we'll get caught in something called path dependency, which is outside my legal field, but it's something that political scientists talk about. The idea that there's a real bias or an impetus just to keep on doing what we've been doing in the past. We have a bias towards things that have sort of worked in the past, and we tend to think it'll work in the future. And it seems to me that this sustainability framework and sustainability debate requires us to be careful not to get caught in the path dependency of the past. Not to say every time a new idea comes forward, oh, yeah, I look at it, here's the sustainability, I look at it, but really, you know, we've always done it this way, and we can do it this way one more time. I think we have to be very careful with every idea that comes forward to say, we are going to look at this through a sustainability lens. And in making that general comment, I want to mention 5 specific examples, which may or may not have any real relevance here, but which I think need to be looked at through an environmental lens. Some of them are big, some of them are small. The first is, we're going to build a new pool, I think, or renovate an old one in the very near future. The instinct is to say, well, we've got an old pool, why don't we just put a fresh coat of paint on it and maybe a few solar panels on the roof? Well, that'd be a move towards sustainability, but there may be a better move. Maybe, as someone said today, maybe we should be looking at heat pumps and underground, what do you call those things? Underground heat exchangers to put a pool above an aquifer so we can put heat exchange in. Now, I don't know if a heat pump works at -20, and it's going to be -20 some days, but I think we have to be prepared to say, there's an idea. Before we write it off, let's take it seriously, at least for a moment. Let me give you another example. There's two kinds of trees in Toronto. Well, there's my past speaking late in the night. There's two kinds of trees in Regina. There's real trees, and we've got real trees in Cathedral. We've got real trees in Old Lakeview. They're big. They go over the street. The roots get into the pipes. City planners tend to hate them. We've got another kind of tree. We put those kinds of trees in Harbor Landing, the area I represent. But they're not real trees. They're stumpy little trees. They're barely taller than I am. If we look at that problem with an environmental lens, maybe we'll say we should take real trees more seriously. More leaves, they suck up more carbon dioxide. They're a real environmental asset. Let me give you another example. We had a wonderful thing happen here with our landfill gas to energy project. And there was sort of talk, well, maybe we should do another one just like it. And then they said, oh, you have to put in an electric line, it'll cost $1 million, it might not be worth it. Well, maybe we need to look at that again. Maybe we even need to say to SaskPower, we'll put in the line because it's a good idea for the city. Maybe, though, there are other considerations. We've got enough methane that we can use for other purposes. My point here is that we should look at things through a new environmental lens. We're building a new water plant. Councillors have asked the water people every time they've come, are you doing it environmentally? And they say, yes, yes. But I'm not 100% sure in my heart of hearts that they really are. For example, we're building an electric line out to the power plant. Are we really doing that environmentally? Have we really looked at solar panels and backup power and all that stuff? Again, I don't know, but let's look at it again, look at it seriously, because we've sat through this talk today. And then finally, it occurred to me a couple of weeks ago that, you know, I got tons of paper from the city. And it's clear I don't get nearly as much as John got when, Councillor Findera got when he came on to council. And I said to myself, well, really, can't we do better? And I raised the question. And it turns out, partly as a result of the pandemic, in the last 2 years, we've used 40% less paper in this city than we did 2 years ago. That is about 2.5 million sheets of paper. Are we now saying, let's grab onto this with an environmental lens and get that down, get it down to, I don't know, some other benchmark number that we benchmark, that we then say, are we making it happen? So my point here, and I don't mean to be this long, is there are all kinds of specific things that we need to take another look at, and not just another look at that says, oh yeah, we've probably got this in hand, but another look at to say, yes, because we think that sustainability is important and that the environment is critical, we're going to do even better. So I want to conclude this by saying thank you again. Thank you to the earlier councils. Thank you to the administration. Thank you to the delegations. You've pushed us. And we have a wonderful sustainability report. And I think people are going to build on this for the next 30 years. I'd ask everyone to support this, and it'd be a great thing if we could do it unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I will refer back to March 24th at 5:40 when somebody asked me if I have a question behind my comments. Councillor Stevens, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. Through the chair. It was a long journey getting here. We finally made it. I really do appreciate the work of staff and all members of the community who took part in this project. I think I would like to draw people's attention to the list of folks who were consulted. Experts, nerdy academics, rank and file members of the community, environmentalists, a refinery. I think that's a pretty robust list of folks who were part of the discussion in some format. Another observation is with the delegations, this issue always solicits very informed and passionate members of the public who bring a great deal of expertise to the table. And what that signals is there's a pretty seamless integration of people out there who want to advance this as well as the expertise in the city, and I would argue it aligns nicely with a lot of the priorities of council. There are a few issues where you can see that kind of integration of expertise at the table, and I think we need to take advantage of it. And it signals a really important partnership that we can build to advance this. The other issue that we always wrestled with was jurisdiction. The reason that some of us brought this to council was because around the world, cities were saying very clearly their national governments, their regional, provincial, or state governments weren't doing a damn thing, and that cities were shouldering the burden of climate change, and it was time that they did something. So jurisdiction was put aside out of necessity, and we follow that same path here. While we have the consultants with us, I do have a question about some of the assumptions that are built into the report. There's really important economic development numbers. There's very important employment figures. I was wondering if you could comment on the overarching methodology you use to make claims such as there's going to be 4,000 full-time equivalent positions, there's going to be some GDP impacts which are positive. High level, please, how do you come to those numbers? And should we expect that to change over the years?
Ms. Folk?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll ask Ms. McLean from SSG to begin, and then refer to her team if she requires any additional support. And I see Mr. Hebert is on camera, so I guess Mr. Hebert's going to be the one who takes that as a starting point. So over to you all.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, the way we do it is we build a physical representation of the city as it currently is, and that physical representation includes trips by vehicles, each individual building and the building stock and the equipment within those buildings, and we represent the energy used by each activity, whether it's for heating or for transportation. We sum all that up and we make sure it aligns with actual consumption as reported by utilities, as reported by fuel sales or other sources. And then we project out into the future, and the projections are driven by the assumptions, for example, retrofits or adoption of EVs, electric vehicles, or adoption of heat pumps. And every time a heat pump is added, that represents a capital investment, the cost of purchasing the heat pump. And we usually do that when another heating system comes to the end of its life. So a heat pump may have an incremental capital expense on top of the furnace that happened to be there previously. Then we represent the operating cost of that heat pump going out until the end of its life. And so a heat pump will last, say, 20 years. So we'll represent the energy savings that results from a heat pump because heat pumps are very efficient. Similarly, we'll represent an electric vehicle and its lifetime and the energy cost that it would use according to how it's used in the context of Regina. And that's tied to how trips actually work within Regina as people drive from their home to work or from their home to a store or home to school or whatever the trip might be. So we get this very detailed representation of how the city will evolve in the future, and it's all spatial. So we track where homes are, we carve up the city into zones, and then we track where new homes might be in the city and new businesses might be in the city, so we can get that spatial dimension. And then we basically assign financial values to all of that. So if a new EV is purchased, we represent what the cost of that EV is, or we represent what the cost of that heat pump is, and we track all of that in aggregate, and that is where those financial numbers come from. So it's very much built from the bottom up in a very detailed representation. And it is one possible future, and as the cost of heat pumps change, we do have a projection as to how they might change, but they're likely to change differently than how we project, and as the cost of EVs change and other technologies, those numbers will evolve. But based on what we know right now, the numbers do look very good for Regina. And I guess in terms of the employment numbers, every time a heat pump is installed, a certain chunk of that capital is paying for labor. And so those jobs are generated by those capital expenditures that are involved in the low carbon actions. So hopefully that gives you a decent explanation. Please jump in if you have other questions.
Thank you very much. One of the items in the report indicates that there's also a fear in the community of doing nothing. There's a requirement of us showing leadership. there's a sense of urgency. I was wondering if administration could talk about some of the immediate action items that are underway and provide some sense of what will be included in the 2023 budget discussion, and if you need additional council guidance to move that ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I believe Ms. Simpson provided a great overview in terms of what's on tap for 2022 and what's underway. I think over the next 2 weeks, the milestone of if this is passed is significant and actually charts us on a path to start engaging the community more broadly on the 7 actions. So I think you're going to see more of that, specifically when it comes to building retrofits. I think that's the piece for me where if there's something that keeps me up at night, it's how we as a community retrofit our existing building stock. And so that's a piece that I know the team is moving forward on, and I know there'll be a couple of decision items in front of council over the next 2 months to support action in that area. In terms of 23-24 budget and investments, again, I think Ms. Simpson provided an excellent overview of that, and I might ask her just to highlight again the themes and the focus in those specific areas.
Yes, so we would need continued funding for facility residential retrofits. So to continue on with our facilities here at the city, we would want to continue incentivizing residential retrofits. We would continue with our facility upgrades for our transit operations for our alternate fuel buses. We would continue with education and awareness. Our electrical vehicle charging infrastructure, which we do have funding for this year, we would need additional funding. And then the new funding asks would be around the electric vehicles for buses, light vehicles, and then we would also look for rooftop solar for facilities. So those are some of the items that we're expecting to bring forward in the upcoming 2-year budget cycle.
Perfect, thank you. Further to that point and some points raised by Councillor Hawkins, we are going from pretty like a very sensational approach to an urgent climate matter to just normalizing this. So my next question is actually about how we work on the internal dynamics at the city. How do we educate staff? And I'm thinking of the most banal forms of education. So for instance, how do we ensure that planners are not approving and bringing to council development projects that are counter to this initiative? How do we get over the hand-wringing on electrification of buses, for instance? There's been a lot of back and forth. How do we ensure that traffic engineers aren't just thinking about cars, but they're enforcing the requirement on developers to build bike lanes? I need to know how staff are going to get up and think every day, this is one of the principal issues that we need to address in everything that we do. Can you talk about how that information is going to trickle into the organization itself?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that's an excellent question, Councillor Stevens. And I think today you heard a little bit about the overlap between some of the findings with the efficiency review and the municipal operations. You're seeing here in the gallery today all of the directors who have direct oversight for those areas where we're looking at making changes and significant impacts. And I think this really does speak to the focus on our service culture and performance culture. So as we continue to advance that with metrics, I think there's more accountability from a leadership perspective to ensure that's moving forward and the messages are getting across and through the organization, and our staff are looking at things through different lenses. And I do appreciate Councillor, retired Councillor Clipsham's comments around a broader sustainability lens. And I know as we look at bringing investment decisions before council as we move into 23 and 24, we need to look at that broadly in terms of the priorities that council has outlined, whether that be community safety and well-being, economic prosperity, creating a vibrant community, and looking for investment opportunities. Coupled with that, we also need to look at third-party funding opportunities, and I think they're more and more being announced every day by multiple levels of government.
Thank you. I guess my final comment, again, I think it would be very important for us to support this unanimously, ideally because we believe in it, It sends a clear signal to the community and as well as staff. Flip it around and say, I think we're kind of foolish if we don't. I think there's too much potential here. There's too much potential from an employment standpoint, planning, efficiency, and I think it also complements our current reactive approach to climate change. We've identified it in water plans. We deal with the reactive elements when we think about flooding. We've talked about in terms of asset management. So I think this is a proactive approach to building a better city, a more vibrant community, and dealing with a very important and existential long-term threat. So I would argue that if there is a concern, it's like perhaps we're not moving fast enough, but I'm willing to support it as it is. And I look forward to seeing this advanced in due course as quick as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Skinia, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fundera, go ahead.
I must be too far.
No, I just wasn't counting properly.
That's okay. That's okay. No problem. It's a long day. Madam Chair, thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, thank you for that great comment about where we came from. Councillor Stevens and Murray. I've talked about solar power probably the first or second year that I landed in this chair here about what do we do about solar, wind, all kinds of renewables, and I mean we all need to be in this thing together. So everything from industries, you can't solve this by one thing. Learning about, and I mean we've had discussion about this a few years, and you might have heard me saying, are we going too fast? But you know what? I've learned we are not going fast enough. But the reason I asked the question of the delegation when we, as a city, so I always talked about city needs to lead. So we need to do our part first, and to show that we can do before we roll it out to the rest of the community. But I think that's that approach. I think it's already been kind of going fast away from. We need to get on this thing, all of us together, at the same time. Because I mean, you need to look at the costing, the financial burdens on individuals. But I think the comfort with the plan, and the city's administration is working really hard, and I'm really pleased with that. Because I was asking those questions before. To come up with a program that's going to be not going like a turtle, but involving everyone and making sure that, like I said, don't leave anything behind, and making sure that the residents, everyone knows about what we need to do. So the plan, I'm comfortable with. I truly am comfortable with. The being afraid or scared of things, it's long gone. And we all independently ourselves need to do our job. Individual person has to step up and take that initiative in our own hands and do something about it. So with the day job, my day job, I have installed many car chargers, and few of the folks that I know around have been pulling up to those car chargers and charging their vehicles. So industry, individuals, residents need to get involved. We will solve this together, and we learned that already. So I'm proud of the fact that we are here today. I'm a little older than when we started this thing. I've learned a little more. I'm a little more wiser to listen, and I'm hearing a lot of good things. That no need to be scared. What we need to achieve, and as a city, learning from that point, knowing what's ahead of me and how budgets are going to be and what the administration is bringing up and how they're going to steer this, I'm comfortable. I'm not afraid of what's around the corner, because I think I know what's around the corner. So I don't want to go too far, but I just want to say thank you to the administration, thank you to Councillor Stevens and Murray, and all of you, Councillor Hawkins. But when we started this in Vancouver, Councillor Stevens, it was an interesting point, and to do that, and I thank you for driving that fact. I might have been dragging my feet a little bit, but I've learned. Age. So again, for all of us, yes, we need to vote on this, because again, for their grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and just the environment. But another comment about administration, and I've always said we need to start here at the City Hall. City-owned facilities, city-owned infrastructure, city-owned stuff, to show the folks of the world that this has to start here first, and then the next level. And I believe we're doing that. I see it in the plan, and I'm thankful for the administration and everyone involved to have this document written the way it is. So I'm pleased with that. Thank you very much for that. And I know we did involve. I have to make a comment on the Fiaco Plaza. All the cold days or rainy days that the team was there. I was able to do this once. But thank you to the team to going out there and educating our residents of what we're trying to achieve. So I want to give you a credit for that. Thank you. And whoever else was there. So again, I only have about 2 more minutes. I'm done. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. I just want to remind Council we have 4 more people to speak in queue. We're supposed to take a mandatory break at 6. Do we want to go ahead with the 4 councillors or take the break at 6? Anyone? I'm just asking for, would you guys like to just go ahead?
Can we continue? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we're going to continue. Yeah. Right. Well, if council can ask questions and be mindful of the other 4 people that need to speak, we could go ahead. If not, we'll break now and reconvene in 45 minutes. Okay. We have. Okay, we'll continue for another 15 minutes, but like I said, I'd just like to be wary of the questions being asked. Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I want to seek clarification on 4 targets by 2030 that I understand are relevant to this. So the first is, I understand the draft plan, which I support, wants us to, by 2030, have the City of Regina's collective emissions from 2016. My question is, am I right in that, and where does that goal of having 2016 emissions come from?
Louise Volk.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start and then I'll ask SSG to comment. So that interim target is actually a reduction by 50% by 2030 of the 2016 emissions. And I'll ask SSG to comment on the benchmarking that was done and the modeling that was done based on 2016 numbers and why those were used. So Brittany's on the screen, so over to Brittany for that.
Hi. Yes, thank you. So the 2030 number, one of the things that we worked on throughout the plan is there was not a particular target set by council at the outset of the framework development. And so we do something called building up an evidence-based target. And so basically through community engagement and through our stakeholders and working with the staff technical team, we identify, what that pathway is going to look like. So there are a million different pathways that we could take to get to net zero, right? And we start building up and saying what's right for the City of Regina, what's right for your community. And so we do have those benchmarks that we talk about. So science-based fair share is one of the ones that we always talk about, which is more aggressive than what Regina's target ended up being. But essentially, we look at what are the opportunities in Regina, what are the barriers. And so when we look at Regina's plan in particular, we did build out 3 scenarios. One was less aggressive than this 50% reduction, and one was more aggressive, and it was more in line with that science-based target. Just to give you a sense of where we got and what some of the I wouldn't call them barriers, but what some of the challenges were to going further. we know that there is, you know, a robust industrial sector in Regina, and I'm not, you know, pointing fingers here, trying to say that the industrial sector is an issue, but what we do know is that many of those industrial players are starting to put net zero plans in place for 2050. The largest emitter in Regina as well, right? So we know that the refinery has a 2050 plan. One of the big pieces for us is that that plan wasn't released when we were developing the framework. And so we took that as their 2050 plan being a linear decrease over time. And so where that puts us is essentially half of the emissions that we're still projecting in 2030 are coming from that industrial sector. Now, when the refineries plan is released and is totally public, and when we see other industrial emitters and businesses putting out their plans, we may see that they actually have a more aggressive plan for 2030, and that would actually instantly, you know, bring that 2030 target down, or that 2030 projection down. So that's part of it. And then 25% comes from transportation. Like 25% of the emissions that exist in 2030 come from the transportation sector. And I would say across the cities and municipalities that we work with, that is one of the most, if not the most challenging sector to address in the short term. We do a lot of really aggressive actions around building retrofits, which is, you know, also really challenging work, but we know we can do that work on the buildings that exist. With transportation, we're actually looking at getting rid of an asset and replacing it with a new asset. And so we've suggested this really aggressive target for new vehicles being purchased in Regina to be electric or to be low emissions. But to go any further and to get rid of those transportation emissions any quicker, we would be doing something extraordinary, which is asking people to get rid of vehicles that still have life cycle left in them. And that's really difficult for a number of reasons. It's difficult because availability of electric vehicles and low emissions vehicles right now, just having them available. It's difficult from an equity position to tell people, you know, there's not really a used market for EVs, and we're asking you to purchase a new vehicle when you may not be able to afford that. And then it's extraordinary from the idea of, is it even the right thing to do to retire assets that have embodied carbon and to put in place, you know, essentially new assets, knowing that, you know, they will have less emissions during their life cycle. So there's all those considerations with transportation. So those two sectors, industrial and transportation, are the major sort of emitters that we're still seeing in 2030 that kind of left the gap between the 50% reduction, which is what we got to, and then the 80% reduction, which would be science-based fair share.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure I heard you right, did you prepare sort of a built out model of what it would look like for us to reach that 80% reduction by 2030, and it was simply rejected? And if that does exist, would you be willing to share it with council, just so as we do these annual reviews, we might consider some things in there if we're looking to ramp things up on our climate goals?
So it was a draft scenario that we built out and we shared with the community advisory group and the internal technical committee. So I don't think we have any issues with that. We do not have a financial scenario to go along with that, but everything that we have created, you know, it's available to the city, and so I would leave that to administration.
Thank you. And then I just want to ask about the relationship between the existing proposed targets, so half by 2030, and can you tell me if that's greater or lesser than Canada's target, as I understand it, which is 45% reduction of 2010 levels, not 2016 levels, by 2030? Which of those targets is the more ambitious?
Yeah, so that is taking a look at, so what we don't have for Regina is a 2010 baseline. So we didn't calculate what the emissions were in 2010. And so that is a bit of a difficult question to answer, but overall, they're relatively, I would say, on par with one another.
Thank you. And then my understanding is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change wants a 50% reduction of 2010 levels by 2030. Do you have a view on whether our target is more or less ambitious than that one?
Yeah, again, you would have to go back and complete a 2010 analysis of that baseline year.
Thank you. And then just with respect to when we might see this draft plan, if implemented, begin to pay dividends. So if we implement the plan as proposed, would you expect that the cumulative city's emissions in 2023 would be lower than in 2022? And if not, when might we start to see that begin to drop on the way to our 2030 goal?
Yeah, that's a great question. So thanks for that. A lot of our actions start in 2023 because this is, despite not meeting that science-based fair share, this is an aggressive plan. It is an aggressive target. And so we are looking at actions beginning in 2023. So you will see, I would say, if you start implementing right away, you will begin to see some marginal decreases. I wouldn't say that they will be huge in 2023 because what needs to happen throughout 2022 is some planning to start getting those actions in place and off the ground if this plan is adopted. And so in 2023, you're still going to see some planning and some starting to get that off the ground and slowly ramping up. So yeah, you should see reductions in that year. And we've actually modeled reductions for 2023 happening, but they won't be as great as what you'll see in subsequent years.
Thank you. And finally, just mindful of time to staff, maybe I have some concerns about the controls, or I would call it the carrots and the sticks, to make sure we meet the ambitious plan laid out here, and some general concerns about whether it's going to turn into 2026 and we realize we're not on track and then we blow past the 2030 goals. So as representative of that, item 1.1 is 100% of pre-1981 residential construction is retrofitted 8 years from now. So on my count, we need to do more than 10% of those homes per year on average. So as a representative example, can staff tell me how many homes we need retrofitted per year to be on track for that? How we're going to go about that, and what happens if we're not on target? What do we do to readjust along the way prior to 2030 if we're not meeting the goal? So 1.1 in particular is the representative example I'm seeking direction on. Thank you.
Louise Folk.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor LeBlanc, and through you, Deputy Mayor. As I mentioned earlier, the building retrofits is going to be the biggest opportunity and the biggest challenge for the community. So in terms of next steps on that, as I mentioned, I know the team has plans in place to start to broadly engage the development community, the building community, et cetera, in terms of how we can continue to advance that and achieve that and what that looks like through to that target date. So again, didn't want to be too premature in terms of building that detailed pathway and the full engagement until we had council endorsement of the plan. So what I would say is more to come on that as we get into the third quarter of this year. You will see as a first step through to the end of, we're just working on the timing. It might be May, maybe June, but you'll see us be bringing forward a home retrofit incentive program to kickstart that. And we're trying to time that and make that available for residents for the entirety of the construction season so we can kickstart that process. So more to come. First step, get that incentive program out consistent with the budget decision that was made and engage broadly around industry, homeowners, the engineers we just spoke with us today around those elements and components.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions at this time, but anticipate some more next week, but we'll be voting in favor today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Vershanny, go ahead. You're up for the next questions.
Thank you very much. So I'll just start with thanking the staff for all the work. I know this has been a long time coming. In regards to the incentives, I heard that what we were going to start with is residential incentives. Was there any incentives for commercial?
Louise Folk.
Through you, Madam Mayor, our focus was initially on a residential for 2022, as that's what we had put forward in the 22 budget process. And we know that there are a number of economic investments that are occurring in the community that are moving us towards the green economy. So again, I think Councillor Vershanny, first step residential in alignment with the first action in the framework. And I would anticipate as we move into 2023, you would be seeing incentives on the commercial side.
Okay, thank you. In the report, we have actions, and they're all numbered. Is there a numerical importance to those numbers? Like, so if they're number third, that's the third one. Work gets the third important, then fourth, fifth. Is there a sequence in that way? Just to clarify.
Louise Folk.
Thank you for the question. I might ask Mr. Kuntz to talk about the actions and how they're packaged, and then perhaps over to Brittany if required from there.
Absolutely, through the chair. So the order is not necessarily the order in which we'd implement them, and it will not, in most cases, be even a sequential thing. There's going to be a lot of actions that have to happen at the same time. For instance, we'll be looking at residential retrofits and things like that. At the same time, we're looking at where we access power on solar or wind installations and things like that. There is a kind of a schedule on when the implementation should happen that we've been provided by SSG, but I think I'll pass it over to Brittany with SSG, maybe to give some more detail on that.
Thanks, Greg. Yes, Greg is correct. So the numerics are not significant as outlined in the plan, but you will see if you look at the implementation guidance section, there is a start and end date for each of the actions, and the start date denotes when planning for the action should start, and we've provided city staff with a more detailed spreadsheet of how long the planning phase should last versus the actual implementation. So for the implementation mechanisms, when things should actually get off the ground versus the planning stage of each action. But you will find in that actual framework a start and end date. So you can go by that.
Okay, thank you for that. When we talk about the engagement, it's key to engage residents as to the process and how we're going to move forward in doing that, as well as just not residents, but we've talked about schools and community organizations and all that. So we've got about, I've heard 70,000 in the budget to do that. And is it going to be done through going out to the community and talking about the sustainability first phase here, or how is that going to work?
Louise Folk, sorry.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Great question, Councillor Brashani. So we do have a general awareness campaign around building energy literacy that we do have prepared and ready to advance within short order. As we look at each action, and again, we referred to those 31 actions a few minutes ago, you can actually just about look at each of those action plan and having a separate engagement plan on each of those. So as Brittany talked about, the implementation guidance that has been provided to us gives us a series of recommendations around what key stakeholders are critical to actually involving in building out the action plan. And of course, all of those components will include some degree of resident involvement depending on what the action is. So of course, if they're industry heavy, we'll have a bit of a focus on that. And I think Greg can speak a little bit more to that in terms of the approach. The other piece before I do turn it over to Greg that I will add, we are committed to continue with the community advisory group with a new mandate, and that mandate will really focus on implementation. And again, that's focused on ensuring we're continuing to build relationships in the community. And I think we're at a time within our community that strategic partnerships are probably more critical than they ever have been in the past in terms of enabling us to advance on the number of priorities that we have. So I don't know if Greg has anything to add to that.
Yeah, through the chair, I think one other piece that gets overlooked quite often, and I'm really glad the two gentlemen engineers showed up here to talk, is that engagement with the technical areas that actually know quite a bit about this stuff and know generally more than administration on things like heat pumps and whatnot, and getting all the technical expertise in the room so we can have those fulsome discussions even before we go out to the community, so that we're clear on what we're communicating and what's technically feasible, and building those partnerships and getting folks like SAS Power in the room as well, and building those partnerships there so that we can jointly go out and tell the same story as a group as opposed to several individual stories coming out.
Yeah, thank you for that. That was kind of the next question is we have to, of course, have every other level of government to this plan. And who is responsible for making that happen? Like, how is that going to work to get SAS Power, Sask Energy? How is there going to be some kind of a committee that's going to be set up so we can move some of these things forward, or what does that look like? And then granting is another one. How do we ensure that we're on top of it for not just the city, but residents as well?
Louise, thank you.
Thank you so much. And through you, Madam Mayor, two parts to that question. So the first, in terms of how do we continue to work with government, including SAS Power, Sask Energy, other key stakeholders. So right now they are sitting around our community advisory group and committee. I know Greg meets every 2 weeks with SAS Power, has ongoing conversations with Sask Energy as well as the University of Regina. Those conversations have been very fruitful. I have to say we've built very strong relationships over the last 18 months. I've been very focused work on that. And I think over the coming weeks and months, you're going to hear more about partnership opportunities between the City of Regina, SAS Power. Kara mentioned in her comments today around being involved and engaged in SAS Power's new 100 megawatt solar field, et cetera. So more to come. As I said, again, trying to find where there's alignment and where we can make sure we're working collectively toward the goals and objectives. And everyone is working forward on that 2050 goal, and everyone has interim targets in place for 2030, and they're very nicely aligned. I know yesterday we've already received information from our partner at the university that we're working with, and I know they've already looked at aligning not only their internal work that they need to do within their own campus, but have identified a number of partnership opportunities, both on the research side, on the funding side. When it comes to grants, both the federal government and the provincial government component, I don't think this is new to anyone around this table. Over the last number of years, the federal government has implemented a climate lens in most of their application processes for federal government funding. With the fact that we will have an approved framework in place will actually put us in a very good position, a better position than we are today in terms of actually activating federal funding. I know our team, our manager of strategic partnerships and internal and external relations, has put together a 60-page brief for the team to look at potential funding opportunities. And again, how we continue to explore those will be very important. I know Mr. Lacey and I have talked, and as we're moving into this year's budget process, you're going to see more focus and opportunity on third-party funding initiatives. So, for example, in 2021, the federal government released their zero emissions transit fund. Earlier this week, we've advanced an expression of interest, so only an expression of interest at this point, but we have indicated that we are actively interested in leveraging that fund where we could to the tune of just under $40 million worth of capital investment. So again, lots of opportunity out there, and I think we're seeing every day more and more announcements coming.
Thank you. You know, I've heard from councillors, you know, say we need to lead and we need to, you know, take this forward. To kind of get this off the ground, which I agree with, but there's one of the questions that I have, and when I look at the density, and that's on the action plan that follows the additional actions, and that's table 13. And action is 8.5, and that's the densification for residential, and the 8.6 for commercial. And this is typically, I just want to get clarity. So now, I guess we heard from a few people today speak about quality of life, right? What we're used to, and the livability within our city, and what is quality of life. So I have a question that I think is important. You know, I think, is there evidence, and this might be for our specialists here, is there evidence to support that, like the claim that higher density enhances livability and quality of life?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bashani, and through the Deputy Mayor, I might ask Sustainability Solutions to respond to that question, and so over to either Brittany or Yul to provide comment on that.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that question. It's a great question, a really important question. So there's a few components here. I would say, you know, when we first started doing community energy and emissions plan a long time ago, density was core and central to that because, of course, there weren't electric vehicles and it was hard to build a net zero home. It was very expensive. So density was one of the primary ways that you could decrease emissions, make everything close and accessible. Now, we still see that it's important, but in a different way. And I can say, much of the reason that we included density in Regina's plan was because of feedback we received from the community. And this feedback that we received was particularly around mobility and livability and accessibility for individuals who could not afford vehicles, an electric vehicle, and people that did not want to live far from the center for various reasons. And so it became an equity piece. So we know that technically, yes, we can create now a net zero plan that relies completely on net zero homes and electric vehicles, and we could forget about transit and active transportation and densification technically, but it does limit the options and lifestyles that people can lead essentially within the city. And what we heard during public engagement is that there is a desire for that active transportation, mobility, and access essentially to living in a central area to be able to access all resources. And people very much spoke about things like mobility being a right and access to services being a right. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Can you just elaborate though when you're talking about new neighborhoods? So I'll focus in on that because that's kind of an area where we've got growth. Would you see then the density target? It says 35% to new neighborhoods. Right now we have a density target of 50 person per hectare. What is the 35%? What does that mean in compared to the 50 person per hectare?
Yeah, great question. So that means that 35% of new growth. So if you can imagine Regina's growing, and so there's new population coming in every year. So 35% of them would settle into new areas that are being expanded into, new developments, and then 65% would settle into areas that are already developed.
So the density would be required would be the 35% into new neighborhoods. So so sorry, can you just explain that one more time? Is that's in comparison of the whole percentage is what you're saying?
Yeah, so if we had, let's imagine that next year there's going to be 100 new residents move to Regina. To put it in simple terms, we would see 35 of those new residents going and settling in new development areas, and we would see 65 of them settling into already developed, built-up neighborhoods.
Okay, but I guess my question comes down to the density and the intensification. So even if it's out of the 35%, so if we've got development in newer areas, I guess I'm wondering is the fact that we're still going to be allowed to build larger homes with larger lots. Of course, also having some dense neighborhoods. I guess I want to know if there's the flexibility. Because we know that right now our infill is very low, which we know we have to get to. So who would like to take that?
Ms. Folk, please.
So I might jump in if that's okay. Great question, Councillor Bashani. And I think what I'm hearing Brittany describe is this is not densification like we typically talk about it from a planning application. This is really about 100 people moving to Regina. Let's just say there's 100 new people moving to Regina. 35 of those 100 people would choose to live and maybe purchase a home in a greenfield neighborhood, whereas 65 of those people may choose to live in the city core in terms of how we define it. So that's how that measure is being looked at here. So it's really about choice of where you're settling.
Okay, so just to be clear, we're still allowing on the intensification, because this will be coming in the next, I'm not sure when, but the intensity, this still is workable with having people allowed to live in a neighborhood with larger lots, is my question.
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you. The other question that I had was in regards to now let's see here. One of the questions that I had read in from the media, someone had questioned about looking at some commercial and saying, okay, well, drive-throughs may not be allowed because they're with cars and there would be, of course, emissions coming from those cars. Is that something that, from I guess administration, we're going to be looking and saying, okay, if this policy moves forward, we're going to be restricting drive-throughs?
Ms. Folk?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, again, I think we spoke about this last week on the floor of council, and as I mentioned, I think as we start to transition to alternate fuel vehicles, electric vehicles, reduce emissions, and have more walkable communities, I think that will take care of itself. I think residents and consumers are still going to use a very nature of drive-throughs. What those drive-throughs look like in the future, I think that's to be determined, because as technology is advancing and moving, there's elements that are going to shift and change. And I think we heard some specific examples of that last week in terms of ordering with an app before you even arrive, and so I think that will continue to move forward. And again, that becomes about market choice, and we really need to ensure that we're taking action and putting regulations in place that encourage us to look at community sustainability from a holistic perspective, which includes the economic development component as well as the well-being component of our community.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd like to ask about parks and trees. It's something I was glad to hear that, Ms. Folk, you've indicated there was a piece there on how important the trees are. The park space, when we look at dense neighborhoods, if we're moving in that direction, if it be intensification in certain areas, even around the city center. Is that going to be something also when we're looking at the planning policies, that parks, and when we're looking at, trees, we had a report on trees. Are we going to look at increasing the trees and engaging residents? Again, a piece of this as well.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I think Council is going to receive some information about the status of the Parks Master Plan in the next week or two, and I think there'll be opportunity for conversation, discussion at that time.
Okay. I think that's all I have at this time. I want to say thank you to the staff, Ms. Folk. I know it's been a lot. There's a lot of pieces to it. There's a balance that we have to find here. And I think the balance is exactly what Ms. Folk said. It's looking at the economic, but also the sustainability and looking at all of the pieces that go with it. I did have one last question. With this, we have the official community plan, and then we have now that if this passes, we've got this plan. How, we use the OCP like a Bible. We just, now, and we keep hearing it's a living document. But if we see the need to change, we see this and we get it in the report in a year back, will that be an opportunity for then recommendations for changes that we may hear as a council? Or how, I guess my plan, is there some gray in this plan, or is it exactly by the book?
Ms. Folk?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, great question. So our first annual report back will be, I think, this quarter in 2023. I think we're in Q2, 2023. Our commitment is that this is a living and dynamic plan. We want to track to targets and benchmarks and report on any adjustments that we need to make along the way. We're anticipating that we're going to see technology continue to advance. We're anticipating we're going to see conditions in our environment shift, whether that be funding opportunities, and we anticipate that we will probably make very good progress on some areas, and maybe some areas not so much, and that we're going to have to learn and course correct. And I think to Councillor Hawkins' point earlier, we need to look at our problems differently than we have in the past, and explore things with curiosity and lean into those. So as long as I'm here and have oversight for this file, you've got my personal and professional commitment. Then when we bring a report back next year at that time, we're flagging those opportunities.
Thank you very much, and again, thank you for all the work. And I think again, we need to engage our community on this and work with our partners and the general public, so everybody's on the same page. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bristiani. Councillor Statichuk, you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to say that today is David Suzuki's 86th birthday, so I think it's fitting that we're discussing this plan today on his birthday, because he's dedicated his life to nature and the environment. I have a couple of questions, and then I'll make some comments. I really want to thank staff, as others have, staff and the advisor committee, public, everyone who has had a role in making this come forward today. I do want to understand how, I know that we're going to be doing a review annually. We're also going to be doing a review of the official community plan at some point. I'm not sure exactly when that is, but would we be looking at the OCP and this sustainability framework kind of in conjunction in terms of how to make sure that they fit together and they meet the same goals?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Stanichuk, and I think a quick answer to that question is yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think in terms of the review time of the official community plan, we're just having some conversations administratively with current workloads in terms of where that would fit. I know there's a desire to advance that sooner than what's currently planned, so we're just working on what that could look like with everything else going on in the organization.
Okay. Through the chair, my second question is regarding land use planning. I know that we're going to be doing reviews on an annual basis. Right now, there aren't a lot of recommendations around that. It was part of the motion from October 2020 to focus on land use and transportation planning, and it continues on. And so one of the big move number 4 would be to maximize rooftop solar photovoltaic on new buildings. And so how we plan our neighborhoods, I think, is going to be really critical as well, so that to ensure that we have solar orientation. So I'm just wondering if that is something that would need like a council direction, or if that's something that is already being kind of considered for future stages of this framework.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that is being considered for future framework. I know Ms. Dawson is just starting to initiate conversations with her team in terms of what needs to shift from a land use perspective. I think the comments earlier around ensuring that we're working collectively toward this goal are very important, and so those conversations, and I would anticipate a high-level plan would come forward within the year.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, big move number 6 to increase active transportation and transit. There was a reference to pilot that one of the actions was to pilot free transit initiatives. I'm just wondering if there's been any more, if there's any more detail that could be given about that and what it might look like.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I anticipate that Council will have a transit master plan in front of it in short order. I think there are a number of policy and service decisions that will be up for conversation and discussion. I think you heard Ms. McLean talk earlier about the implementation guidelines that have been provided to the city, and I would say there would be, again, pending conversations with Council, you'd be looking at something in possibly 2024 from the earliest point of view.
Okay, thank you. I believe that's all my questions, and I just want to make a few comments. I'm very excited that this has come forward. It's been a long time coming, as many have said, and I think that it's very comprehensive and very well done. I'm particularly happy that the report talks about equity, because I think that's a real critical point that we need to keep in mind as we move forward on this. The report also talks a lot about the climate change impacts that we're already experiencing. And I think that we also need to know that it's also wrecking, climate change is going to have greater pressures on our city infrastructure as well. And so there is a cost to not acting. It was wonderful today we heard from residents with tremendous amount of expertise and knowledge and very strong commitment to tackling climate change. There were a lot of impressive presentations, and I think it excites me to know that there's a lot of people who want to work on this. So there really is a collective energy about moving forward to address this. In terms of active transportation, I am really pleased with some of the progress we've done already in the city, and I look forward to seeing more of that. And I've heard some people say, well, Regina's not the Netherlands. We're not the Netherlands. But I think it's important to point out that the Netherlands wasn't always the Netherlands. They didn't always have a strong bicycle culture. I've seen pictures of downtown Amsterdam that was full of cars at one point. But they made the collective decision to change that, and they changed the culture, and it is a completely different culture there now. And I was in Montreal this summer, partly because of the pandemic, partly because they are moving, doing a lot of bold action as well on tackling climate change. But there were a lot of pedestrian-only streets. There was a lot more divided bike lanes, sort of protected bike lanes, and they were busy. The bike lanes were extremely busy. And I think it shows that when you build the infrastructure, it gives people that choice to take an active form of transportation. And pedestrian-only streets. In Montreal, some of the streets that they had closed off had active participation in stores and restaurants. So there's a lot of studies that have also shown that if people are cycling, if they're walking, they're taking the bus and walking to their next bus stop or to whatever point they're going, is that they do stop in the stores and they browse, and it is good for the local economy. And I think that would be very important, especially for our downtown economy. And it also makes, we talk about healthier air and healthier environment, but people overall, when you have more active modes of transportation, you're healthier overall. So I think that is something that we can try to look forward to. And again, the infrastructure is so important. If we have a more frequent transit system with more frequent, it's passing with more frequency, you're going to have increased ridership. That's quite clear. And I'm really looking forward to the steps as we go through this. And again, thanks to everybody who made this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to start by saying hi to my kids because they're watching right now, and then they'd better go to bed soon. I also want to thank the councillors who were responsible for originally bringing this forward. So Councillor Stevens, Councillor Findura, former Councillor Murray, and those who have contributed. Councillor Hawkins, I know you added strength to it with your amendments. And I also want to say this framework is the reason why I ran for council. So you have yourselves to thank for the fact that I'm here, for better or worse. So thanks to you all. And also, as many or all of you know, so I'm co-chair of the Sustainability Frameworks Community Advisory Group. And so I've had the pleasure of being involved in the Community Advisory Group from its inception and seeing the amazing engagement that's occurred with our community. And also working closely with administration and watching the amazing work that they've done to bring this to fruition, and SSG, and all of the community members who have helped with that community advisory group, who have been involved from the beginning since 2018 and beyond, the folks who came out today and who spoke on the phone in support of this plan and with the offers to help. And I do know that SSG has commented that we've had among the most engagement that they've ever experienced in the creation of this plan. So I think that's something that we can be very proud of. Last night, Councillor Mancinelli was saying to me, and I think this is worth repeating because I think it's absolutely accurate, that these past 48 hours of meetings that we've had on council have, that we've made some of the most important decisions yesterday and today, like with the largest implications. And I think that is absolutely the case. And it's been a very big week, and I think we've done an amazing job making really impactful, important decisions that are going to have long-term benefits for our community. I'm just going to make a few more comments. To me, this is not simply an environmental plan. This is an economic plan as well. This is an opportunity for us to support a net return of $12.5 billion to our local economy by 2050 and $18.7 billion locally by 2100. This is a great return. It's better than average. It's so good that SSG had to check their math to make sure that our numbers were accurate because they're that good. This framework creates 120,000 person years of employment between 2022 and 2050 and 4,000 full-time equivalent jobs per year beyond the business as planned scenario. We have a strong resource economy here, and this is the plan that will help us maintain our resource economy based on a just transition to a green energy future. And we are just getting started. So I'd like to ask us all to support our workers, our economy, our environment, and our residents by moving forward with this plan immediately. Thanks.
You have no questions? Sweet. I have a question. We're talking about the economic return. We talked about a noise assessment you guys are going to be doing, put $750,000 into that for this year. You're going to come back to us, I do believe. Am I correct in saying that, Ms. Folk? Do you remember that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I might be at a loss. I'm not. Are we talking about a conversation from earlier today, or is this a?
No, I remember we put it into the budget, $750,000 to do a noise assessment around the Ring Road. Is that what it was? Yeah.
Noise attenuation on the Ring Road? Is that the question?
Yeah. Yes, to see where the noise was, the impact on people's houses and residents and stuff. Do you remember this? And we had agreed to put $750,000 into it.
So I might be looking at Mr. Onright there. I think Mr. Onright's team was looking at doing that work.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, there is work being done on that. I'm not sure what the rest of the question is.
I just wanted to clarify that yes, that was being done. Now the $750,000 that we're putting towards that, and then do you remember what the cost of the walls was going to be? I mean, I remember it being in the millions, but do you have a number for me?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So I think over the project it would be determined on that cost, but I believe, my memory serves me correct, it was in the neighborhood of $30 million.
So I had a problem with the fact of that, and now that this is going to go through, obviously, and we're going into the electric cars, the noise is going to be so much less on the Ring Road, so much less in our city. Is this something that we could maybe shift? And I mean, is this really necessary? If this goes through, this plan goes through, and looking like it's going to go through, and then we're talking about the electric cars on the roads and stuff, I'm just not really seeing that spending that kind of money on this noise assessment and these walls and stuff is really going to be meaningful if we're, half of people are running around with electric cars. Am I correct in saying that, or am I reading this all wrong?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think that's an internal discussion that we can have with Ms. Folk and her team, and bring our traffic team, Ms. Casmo's team, together to have that discussion. But this was a very small pilot, and there was quite a bit of consulting work being done. The pilot piece of it was quite small.
All right, thank you. Oh, we have Councilor Massinelli. Did you want to go ahead? Sorry, I just missed you.
I just want to take a moment to speak in favor of this. I appreciate all the work that's been done. I appreciate the format it's been planned in. I like the setting of goals that people can recognize in a timeline that can be adapted to. I noticed that when we first started talking about these matters, no one could envision our electrical grid making the challenge it was going to meet. But as we're going through this meeting and I look through my mail, I see that SAS Power has a path to 2030 aligning with our goals. It seems like the silos have been somewhat broken down. These goals are attainable. I think that we'll probably gain efficiency as we start to move in that direction because, we're Saskatchewan people. We work hard when we set our minds to something, and we'll get it done. It's cold in the winter. This is about warming our houses up. That's just common sense. These things add together and they make sense, and I think this is a doable item, and I'm proud to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massinelli. I actually don't remember who moved this report. It's been so long. Councillor Hawkins, would you like to close out the debate?
I'll be very brief. I've appreciated all of the comments that councillors have made in this discussion. I think this vote is very important. One of the most important aspects of it is that it will send a signal to the administration that we're fully behind the kind of effort that it's going to take to make these dreams a reality. So I'd ask for your vote, and it'd be a very good thing if it was a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. So, Councillor Christian.
Deputy Mayor, this is Councillor Mole. I vote in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Mole.
Deputy Mayor, nothing is up on my screen to vote yet, so.
Yeah. Councillor Christiani, we're just getting a few things straightened out here. Just give us a second.
Yeah, all right. They shut down at 7.
I think the system quit too.
Everybody's done. Councillor Christiani, do you see it now?
Yes, I voted. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all members of council voting in favor.
Motion to adjourn? Councillor Hawkins, go ahead. Good night, everybody.